remember her hosting in her house an event for me, and I saw other pictures when they were in Williams, Warren, and a whole bunch of people. That's when I first met Louis Cole.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice, nice. Let me. When is your next event?
December 8th.
December the 8th? Got it. Yeah.
Fine.
For the, for yeah. Yeah. I see in my girl, she gonna talk about it. She gonna, yeah. I wanna make sure that she go over it. So. Exactly.
Hello, council members.
Hey, my councilwoman, how are you?
¿Qué te pasó a ti?
I got work on Tuesday.
Can you at least send a message, a text?
Every other Tuesday I gotta be in office until 6:37.
Pero deja saber,
Yeah.
especially when it's a long agenda, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I know.
We stuff, we want your input, because then you bring it all out here and you no hace la reunión larga, please.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but
Madam President, when you are, I'm ready. Councilwoman Cotton is right there.
Oh, okay, very good. Good evening,
Good evening, Council
ladies and
President.
gentlemen, council colleagues, Patersonians, and to everyone here today. On behalf of the Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop session of the Municipal Council of October 5th, 2021. This meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council Workshop Session of October 5th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton,
Here.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik,
Here.
Councilman Mendez,
good evening, Patterson. Good evening, Madam Clerk, present.
Councilman Mims,
Here.
Councilman Rivera, Councilman Velez. Madam President,
Present.
thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2021 to 2022, meeting date October 5th, 2021, time 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2021 to 2022 on or about July 1, 2021. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021 to the North Jersey Herald News, A Record, Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Quisqueira International, El Especial, Paterson Press, City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President. You're welcome.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
At this time, call for payment of bills.
I would like to call out the payment of bills in the amount of $11,861,708.49. Of that amount, $4,534,516.56 is payroll.
Do I have a second?
Discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Sure. Thank you, Madam
Second by
President.
Councilman Mendez. Discussion.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. I have the just two questions on page number 2 out of 3. There's a homeless prevention program. There's a 4 different 5 category where we have Catholic family and community for 10,900, and 3 other organizations 6,000, 9,000, and 4,000. So I would like to get an explanation. What type of service are we providing to the homeless population through this institution? Can you give me some detail, Madam BA, on this?
So one second, and I'm going to say this respectfully to you. This was given to us on the weekend, and we had finance. These questions could have been answered there. I do not see the Director of Health and Human Services here, which I know there's already a program. He's here where? I'm sorry.
Council President?
I'm sorry, 1 second, because Councilman Alex Mendez has the floor, so give me 1 second. I just want to just make that clear. Council members, as we've discussed in previous meetings, I really want us to concentrate on moving the agenda and the questions we can ask, and I'm not saying we can ask them here, but we're going to elongate the piece of payment of bills that we should have reviewed and spoken about in our Finance Committee. Director, Madam VA?
Yes, Council President, I think the Director may have some answers, but I do believe that this is, because the note is that it's the ESG Homeless Prevention CV2, so some of that is actually through community development with Director McLennan.
Okay, and is Director McLennan here?
No, I don't think she has any items on tonight.
Okay.
So we could-
I'm going to ask Madam VA again, and I'm saying this, and I keep using the word respectfully, that during workshops, that the directors are here, so if any council member has any questions, now if there's no items or no discussions, they can leave, but I would ask that at least during workshop time, that they are here to answer questions. Okay? So,
Council
I'm
President?
not sure that you're going to, Councilman Mendez has the floor.
Sure.
I'm not sure that you're gonna get your full answers.
No, I hear that the director, the person in charge, is not here. The person that will have that information. So I look forward to get that information. And the second question that I have is, Madam BA, I would like to request a overtime market analysis per department. I've been having this concern and expressing my concern. Every time I look at the line item, the year-to-date overtime, every category it's exceeding when the year-to-date overtime in a different area, in the different line item. So I would like to have a market analysis and just what is an analysis in terms of the overtime in all the department across the board. That way we could have that discussion at the Finance Committee meeting, just
Yes,
to
and-
get an analysis and see what is the administration is doing to control the overtime in each department. Because what I
Okay.
see is that the overtime that I see on this payment of bill doesn't reflect the amount, the quality of service that our resident and our taxpayer deserve.
Council
That's-
President, if I may?
Madam BA?
Thank you. Yes, we do provide the council with the overtime report that we have broken out by payroll, by division, and it has on the first page of the spreadsheet the overall year-to-date. I provide that in email every time there's a payroll that's run. And so the next one will be coming out based on the last payroll. So you make, if you don't get that, if for some reason you're not getting that in your email, please let me know. But it is something that I provide to the council on a biweekly basis.
Council President.
I'll just, in closing, I will look at it, and if I have any additional question, I
Okay.
would just get back to you because I need it by department and by position.
Yes, and so
Thank you.
that's how we provide, and we also break out the COVID costs from earlier this year.
We'll look at it. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
President.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton, then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. The reason why I wanted to speak was because I need to rescue myself from voting on the agenda, and I was going to ask legal. It was only 5 here, but finally another council person came in, so it doesn't matter now.
So you need to recuse yourself?
I need to recuse
Okay,
myself.
so
So finally, but no, I need to ask a question. If there's only 5 and one of us cannot vote, do the 4 still count?
The 5 will count.
I'm asking a question. It was 4 before you came in.
Councilwoman, I think that you are asking a very good question.
Right.
All right, but I will say this as council president, if I see that that's an issue,
Right.
seeing that I have an attendance sheet here that says who's going to be here, I
know.
would then not do the payment of bills and I would wait. Because
Right.
if you need to recuse yourself, as council president, that's what I would do.
Right.
Now, if corporation counsel wants to say something different, I don't know, but I think at this point, we can't hold the meeting if there is not enough, if we don't have a quorum.
Correct.
So I would not do the payment of
Okay,
bills
okay.
in that case if somebody needed to recuse themselves.
Well, that's what I was trying to stop before everybody wanted to start asking questions. And I saw something on here that I know I
Okay.
cannot vote on, but then everybody wanted to ask questions now.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Sorry I came in a little bit late. My watch had 5 minutes behind. I have 2 questions to the administration. I know we're speaking about payment of bills.
Is it for payment of bills?
Yes.
Okay.
My first question is, Madam BA, I know the federal government mandated that, and I know we don't have a COVID bill here, but it falls into payments, my questions. I know the federal government mandated that employees get vaccinated and et cetera, et cetera. The city adopted a executive order based on that mandatory vaccination, especially employees, et cetera, et cetera. My understanding, if you obligate me to do something, the city have to get a way to alleviate me financially when I have to do that type of testing. Having employees that they get little payments, they don't get full payments, they underpay, and to be able to fulfill the requirement in executive order, they need to pay for that COVID-19 test. And they asking for insurance to fulfill insurance coverage. And then the insurance will cover it, but they have to do a copay.
So, Councilman Velez? Councilman
hold on.
Velez, I'm sorry you have a valid question that I believe certain council members are going to be addressing, probably not at this time during payment of bills, because I know what you're talking about. I received an email today, and I know that there's certain concerns, but I really want us to just stick to this. If you have any questions pertaining to the payment of bills that is in front of us.
So as you know, my crystal ball works. I didn't know they was going to talk about that, but I brought it forward. Council President, I agree with you. There's going to be a deep discussion on this that will alleviate our city employee on it. I'll be glad to entertain that. Last but not least, I know I'm being receiving the reports of overtime. Councilman Mendez stated how the administration is going to lower down the overtime. So simple. Less, hire, all those positions for many years that have been sitting there and being budget. and it's sitting there and it's not being hired. So that probably is gonna be more staff in DPW, more staff in the police, more staff in, across the board in the public sector, the public, our employees, and that will probably mitigate a little bit of overtime in our city. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $11,861,708.49. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton recused herself from this payment of bills. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
No.
Councilman Mims?
As previously stated, $4.5 million of this budget is to pay our employees. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
We got payroll is some responsibility that we have already contracted for. My vote is yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton had recused herself from payment of bills. Therefore, payment of bills in the amount of $11,861,708.49 is hereby adopted.
Thank you
Council
very
President?
much. Councilman Jackson?
Just want to get from you, Council President, some clarity on when do you plan to have a moment? Because I don't want to just spew off, but I definitely think this matter that Councilman Velez was talking about
Absolutely.
needs some time.
So
to address.
Councilman, as requested from our last items that were taken off, we have the director here and Sergeant, and we have various business owners here, so we will be addressing that, as that is not part of the workshop, but we can discuss it, because that's what we do in workshop. And clearly, okay, as I told Councilman Velez, it is a concern, and it's something that we will be speaking upon, so let us at least get it forward with some of the items that are here forward, that then we can send off our directors, okay?
So, Council President, if I may, very quickly, and I respect and appreciate however you plan to address it, but one of the things that I think that needs to be, or my concern is that, we allow some important items to be addressed after certain members of the public has evacuated the chambers. I think pressing issues like this need to be addressed when everyone is paying close attention, before people are tired, before the late night hour, before Mr.
It's not gonna be at the end.
Before Mr. Rucker
I
speaks for
promise you,
an
it's
extended
not.
period of time.
It's not. I understand, Councilman Jackson. I received and saw an email today that I didn't even address.
That's the email that I'm talking
And
about.
I understand that, but see, right now, there are certain members here that are here specific to certain things, so I want at least to move that on, and we will definitely address that email, okay? All right, so, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. You have the note in front.
Yes, so I need to know, are the following business or representatives here or Mr. Miguel Garcia? Okay, you have a seat. Ms. Janet Mendoza? Okay.
What's the address?
So Mr. Miguel Garcia is item 17 and 18. Ms. Janet Mendoza is so you're not the owner. You're here, La Fuente Bar? Okay. Are you the manager? What? Okay. Mr. Alfonso Martinez? And Mr. Jaime Fajardo? Okay, so they're all here. Very good.
Council President, before you move forward on that, who you said is 19? La Fuente Bar?
La Fuente Bar.
Let the
Janet
rec-
Mendoza.
Yeah, let the record reflect, that's not the fifth ward, that's the first ward.
First ward?
Yes.
Okay. All right, why, does it say on the
Because
body?
it says 43 Ellison Street, that's by the Costello Park. That's the first ward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very well. So, council members, we have our director here. So Director, Madam BA, in our last discussion during finance, there were concerns. I, as council president, I pulled them. I said that I want to bring them here. Council members, we cannot continue to say that we are all about quality of life, and we receive emails, text messages, videos of these entities, okay? And when I mean, I'm talking about businesses, okay? About after hours and other illegal activities and or fights and so forth. And so I wanted them here today, and I want the Sergeant Director, if we may, can you please? Okay.
Good evening, Madam Council President, and to all the members of the council. I have our expert, Sergeant Montoya, who handles all of the ABC, all of the enforcement activities, the investigations. He has looked at the locations that you're talking about, pulled the information. So as you go, I don't know how you'd like to handle this.
We're gonna handle each one, 17, 18, 19, 20,
Correct.
21, and 22.
He is
There's no
prepared.
reason to wait. They're here, the proprietors are here as well.
Sergeant is prepared and we are ready.
All right, so Sergeant Montoya, if you can please. I'm sorry. Oh, I'll do that right now. Okay. So I'd like to address item 17, which is a resolution addressing the entertainment and show license renewal for Mi Pueblo Bar, and that is 6264 4th Avenue. That's in the 3rd Ward. Sergeant Montoya, if you can please, I'd like to, I want to know within the last year and a half, and the reason this is being done, in the last year and a half, it's been COVID. And we have had, which you would think it would be the opposite, not to have issues. We've had numerous issues with, and complaints with a lot of these entities, these businesses. Again, and I repeat, we talk about quality of life. This is affecting the day in, day out. We have shootings, we have situations that happen after, and some may say, well, it's not my fault, or it's not my business, it's the people. Well, I want to hear right now, I want to hear the reports on each of these renewal license, because the action that I'd like to take is we need to stand our ground, and if you are continuous and you're habitual, and year after year we discuss and we're having the same names, I want to recommend for their license not to be renewed. So with that said, Sergeant Montoya, number 17?
Yes, ma'am. First things first, I just want to say...
And 18, I'm sorry. 17 and 18.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you to everyone for having me today. I appreciate everyone's time. First things first, the first call for service. These reports were compiled from the Enforcer system, along with calls for service from the proceedings system. So it's a computer-generated system that actually tracks all of the calls that come into headquarters concerning any complaints, any sort of calls for service at any given time. It's logged in, it's given an individual file number, and then individuals throughout the department that actually need it could extract the information, and therefore these calls for service are then generated into a report. The report also includes certain reports that are compiled through enforcement actions from the ABC division that also works with narcotics vice. So some of the reports that you're going to hear here tonight are specifically from the ABC division. We have not compiled reports from the patrol division. This is strictly calls for service from the generated system and also the ABC vice unit that works with narcotics. So the first location is MGGSS Incorporated, Mi Pueblo Bar 2, tavern number 160833071-007, and it's located at 62 4th Avenue. It's 10 calls for service that we have for the past calendar year. We actually were instructed to only give 1 year of calls for service, along with 1 year of reports. There's only one exception here in one of the reports to where it was a inspection that took place during the past calendar year but a suspension was issued outside of the calendar year. And I'll actually specify that as soon as I get to it. So the 10 calls for service were from September 1st, 2020 through September 23rd, 2021. There were 10 separate calls for service. If you'd like, I can go individually into each one.
I want the council to hear and have the full, I mean, they have the report in front of them, but clearly just highlights, because, like I said, we're talking about this last year and a half of this pandemic, and still, so we didn't ask you for the other reports, and the reason, just so you know, Sergeant, the reasoning for just the 1 year is because these licenses are renewed yearly. So we're gonna go ahead and discuss, but this is why today I want to say we either recommend for this not to be, or not go to a regular meeting, and it not be renewed. You know, that's within our purview and our right to do so.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can continue.
Okay. So we have, out of the 10 calls for service, 3 are landlord-tenant complaints. So the property is a mixed-use property. There's also apartments that are upstairs. We have 1 for a loud party at 6:23 p.m., 1 dangerous condition, 2:28 in the morning, 1 harassment call, 2:47 in the afternoon, 1 accident hit and run, 1 verbal dispute, 1 miscellaneous, and 1 noise complaint. There was 1 ABC inspection that took place July 2nd, 2021, and that was in response to citizen complaints who stated that their quality of life was interrupted because there were individuals outside who were having a party, a DJ in the driveway, and they gave the address of this location, which is actually a bar, restaurant, lounge. As a result of that inspection, there were TCOPs issued. There was loud music, no entertainment license ticket issued, and the state ABC issued a 10-day suspension. The 10-day suspension issued was from August 2nd through August 2nd, 2021 through August 12th, 2021. Just to clarify, during that time, the governor had restricted or actually allowed establishments to extend their premises because of the COVID guidelines to where individuals couldn't be inside. So they had allowed a permit process for the businesses to extend their premises to the outside, and therefore sort of relaxing the indoor requirements for them to have business outside. This business was at that time in violation of that. They did not have their license or the permit to operate in that driveway. On July 3rd, the following day, we actually received another complaint after having issued violations, and it was for the same offense. The case there is actually still pending with the state, so we are not sure if they will issue another suspension or if they will not issue a suspension at all. That is for Mi Pueblo Bar, number 2, at 62 4th Avenue.
So that's 17 and 18, because, you know, one is the entertainment show license, and the other is the dance hall for the same
Yes, ma'am.
location. Okay. Are you done with 17 and 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 19 and,
Okay.
I'm sorry. So 19,
Okay, just 19.
hold on a minute.
Yes, Madam President, 19 is correct. Janet Mendoza?
Yeah, 19.
Yes, you're correct.
So some of these have 2. Yeah, so 19.
Okay. Number 19 is Jonafel LLC. It's trading as La Fuente Bar, 43 Ellison Street. There are 40 calls for service. This is from September 1st, 2020 through September 22nd, 2021.
You got a report on that, like the other one, in detail?
No, sir, not for this one. So for the calls for service, the reports that we generate are generated for entertainment and dance hall licenses. From us, we're not requested to do it for pool table licenses. However, at any given time, if the request is made, we can definitely compile a report.
Okay.
However, I did compile one for myself just in case I was asked. I don't have an issue making copies and providing it.
You can proceed, and then we can have
Sure.
you can
Okay.
proceed.
So it's 40 calls for service. There's a myriad of categories here, but the highlights are noise complaints at 3:35 in the morning, domestic assault at 2:54 in the morning. Again, this is a mixed-use property. There are 2 to 3 apartments upstairs. So I just wanted to point that out to take that into account. We have 2 block driveways, unwanted guests, verbal disputes, fights at 3:51 in the morning, police notification. We had an overdose 11:25 in the morning, fight with weapons. There was an assault report, another fight with weapons. So the fight with weapons, so far we have 3:02, 4:08, and 2:58 in the morning. Another fight at 2:20 in the morning on March 22nd. A number of assault reports, a number of noise complaints. Noise complaints, we have January 11th, 2021 at 3:06 in the morning. December 27th, 2020 at 11:46 p.m. Noise complaint 12/26/2020 at 10:45. There are civil complaints, loud party, November 8th, 2020 at 12:50 in the morning. Again, November 8th at 12 o'clock, midnight, block driveways. Now, for this particular establishment, there was an ABC inspection that also took place, and the ABC inspection took place on January 15th, 2021. At the time, the governor had actually placed a executive order to where he stated that all businesses needed to be closed at a certain time, and that no one can operate inside. We actually received a complaint, a number of complaints, some from other businesses and some from individuals that were citizens within the area, stating that there was an after hours that was taking place in the establishment, and that the door was being locked, the front gate was being locked, and that individuals were being locked inside during this party. So we actually conducted an inspection, and what the end result was that we ended up arresting the owner. We issued 3 TCOPs, and there were 2 criminal charges. One of the charges for which the owner was arrested was for creating a widespread hazard and risking the safety of the public. There were a number of individuals that were locked inside the door. The front gate was actually rolled down, and individuals couldn't exit in the event of an emergency.
Is there more?
The TCOPs that were issued, one of them was for selling alcohol after hours. The interior of the premises to be viewed because the front was all blacked out. No pool table license, and the criminal charges was causing and risking a widespread hazard and maintaining a nuisance. And that completes the report for La Fuente Bar.
Okay.
That's
20
not-
and 21?
Yes, ma'am. For number 20, it's Super Coronas, 991 Madison Avenue. This is for entertainment and show license. This particular establishment, Corona LLC, trading as Super Coronas, located at 991 Madison Avenue. The report totals 6 calls for service. It's from October 1st, 2020 through October 1st, 2021. August 8th, 2021, there was an ABC, actually correction. This is the one that includes a patrol report. This is a report from patrol that was compiled by a patrol officer regarding a complaint from a citizen who states that he was robbed and assaulted by 2 individuals who are currently unidentified and that were employees of the bar. There is a report attached. I'm not sure if everybody has it.
Which one is that? One on Totowa and the one in Madison?
The one on Madison Avenue, sir.
You stated it was how many? 6?
6 calls for service, yes, sir.
In the back here, it only has 5.
We have one assault report on August 8th at 3:05 in the morning, and that's the one that has the report attached. We have one fight with weapons, that should be number 2, on April 23rd, 2021, 3:17 in the morning. We have one noise complaint, which is on April 17th, 2021 at 3:13 in the morning. That should be number 3. Number 4, there's an assault report on March 17th, 2021 at 9:38 in the morning. No, at 9:38 p.m. One verbal dispute, number 5, on February 23rd, 2021 at 12:34 a.m. We have number 6, which is the noise complaint, January 23rd, 2021 at 1:23 in the morning.
Council President?
Is that Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Question, these items, this took place inside or outside?
The patrol report states that it happened, it was initiated inside, that the gentleman was dragged from inside the establishment. He was punched inside, dragged outside, beat up outside. He was kicked in the face, kicked in the stomach. He was robbed of $800, and then they dragged him to the corner by the Banana King and left him there. And then someone from the Banana King called the ambulance.
Which number was that?
This
Was the
is
assault
number
4?
This is number 20. Super Corona's 991
No, I
Madison Avenue.
understand that. I'm talking about there's 6 items that's listed here.
Oh, number 1. Number 1, sir.
So-
It's August 8th, 2021.
But all the other ones, everything happened inside, fight with weapons, noise complaint, assault on 317, verbal dispute, all of this happened, took place inside the establishment or
Yes.
outside?
Inside. And that concludes Super Corona's report.
So you just gave patrol. Was there any ABC violations, anything?
No, ma'am. There were no ABC inspections. No, ma'am.
Okay.
No ABC
So there
violations.
was, okay. 21.
Before you go in that question,
Councilman
why, yeah. There was no ABC violation because you guys was not calling to, or because they patrol? And it was not an inspection, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Council President,
Councilman Abdulaziz.
so I just need some clarity.
Sure.
I get this report here from the police department. Now, I guess there's a difference between ABC inspections. Does ABC regulate, do they get this, or is that not the powers of the ABC board with assaults, loud music, or does ABC board pertains to straight alcohol violations?
No, sir. So for the ABC board, they regulate any violation, any instance of any issue at any licensed ABC establishment. So this particular report is actually making its way through the process, and it's going to the ABC board, sir.
So when you say this takes this particular way to a process, so a noise complaint at a establishment, does that go to the ABC board?
If a report is written and
Like right now, number 6.
Sure.
Let's look at noise complaint.
Okay.
Does that go to ABC board?
If there was a report written, or if there was a ticket written and ABC receives it, then yes, sir, it goes to the board.
Okay, so that's my question. Maybe this is where I see that there's like a disconnect, right? This comes in front of us yearly. We're a council. And I think the muscle in all this is the ABC board, right? If you go to any other municipality, Montclair, down the shore, they get this ABC board acts like 2 weeks later and they suspend the license for 3 months. It doesn't linger for months and months. So we don't know if these items went to the ABC board. Do you know?
Yes, sir.
So any of these items went to the ABC board?
Yes, sir. The one for August 8th is actually currently with the ABC board.
Okay.
So as far as the noise complaint, I really can't speak to this particular job, but the only other thing I can say is that there's a possibility that the officers arrived and they didn't hear loud music. That's one possibility.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm not talking about this per se. So I'm looking at the council in front of us, we have entertainment license and that's our thing. But the ABC board, and I'm looking at some state legislation that was created by the council. The state allows municipalities of 15,000 residents or more to create their ABC board. And that's really supposed to be your teeth in your muscle, right? These establishments make their profits off alcohol sales. I looked at some establishments down the shore, and they hit the establishments at the ABC board, right? Taking away an entertainment license is one thing, but the ABC board's where, so I'm just asking, not just with this application, do we have some connection, corporation counsel? I know they have a counsel, where items like this should be immediately at the ABC board, and they should be functioning nonstop. So I don't know I know you just told me 1 out of 6. I don't know about the other items that we have in front of us, if they're at the ABC board, but I think there has to be some dialogue on how quick this stuff gets to it. I know right now this one happened in August and we're in October and it's working its way, but there was an assault in March.
Yes, sir.
That's not at the ABC board?
The one for March, sir?
Yeah, the one from March, it says assault on 3/17/2021 at 21:38 hours, number 4.
Yes, sir. Again, I'm not necessarily sure if that was actually a founded complaint. If we receive the report, then we forward it, sir. But-
All right, thank you.
So, to Councilman Abdulaziz, I like the line of questioning, right? Because you are totally correct. Council members, as I started stating, what I'm trying to establish here is we continuously go and pound on the administration, and we talk about quality of life, and we have a lot of people sitting right here that I see their faces going like this with the complaints, the loud music, and so us approving these licenses, okay, will allow them to continue. So there's an action that we need to take, and we'll move forward, later on. And I know that there's gonna be, plenty of dialogue, and if, Jerry, did you wanna say, Director, did you wanna say something?
I just wanted to bring one thing to light to what you said, Councilman. We have reports here where right now, say there's noise at a particular bar, patrol could respond. We also have ABC, Vice, narcotics, that may go out and randomly select locations based on some of these complaints and start doing inspections.
Right.
And then that information would be forwarded accordingly based on their investigation, what they find, the nuisance, the assaults, and the things that you're seeing could be, that 3:20 in the morning call where it goes into 911, patrol gets it, they respond, and then what they do is send a follow-up to let the sergeant know, need to take a look at this location's becoming a problem. So there's a lot of different avenues, as well as the board that sits here, and I've even gone down when we had the problem in the one location here on Main Street without putting a name to it. As you know, I went down and sat with the director of ABC and said, look, we need something done because we cannot have this, and then we come to an agreement so that they would work with us.
Director, just real quick, Madam President, 2 seconds on
Councilman
this.
Abdulaziz and Councilwoman Khan.
Director, you stated, now, your division, how many officers are in ABC? How many in the police department? I want the public.
He runs ABC, but what he does is he has the entire narcotics division. So he will take the narcotics division and utilize those detectives to go out with him to conduct the investigations, and he leads it.
So members of the public, and to my council colleagues, that in itself is the problem, right?
Sure.
We have a sergeant that does a tremendous job that I talk about.
Yes.
So we have one sergeant.
Takes it very serious.
One sergeant that uses narcotics detectives, which we have a big drug issue, so we're pulling people from narcotics, or we have a big drug issue. And then we have a one individual for ABC. How many liquor licenses are in the city?
198?
179, sir.
So we have 179 liquor licenses with an office of one person. Let that sink in. That's why these establishments
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz.
there's no enforcement. And this is something that the administration, when the establishments realize that there's people coming in looking at them, that's when they, in education, a teacher's on top of their students, the students behave. If the teacher's not on top of their students, the students may act out. And that's what we have right now,
So
one-man show running for 176 establishments.
So
Thank you.
Councilman Abdulaziz, I want to thank you because the administration, the mayor, the BA, they all know that I've been on this for quite some time, specifically to what you're saying. And you know, we're not even gonna put you out there, because you know what, you didn't come for that, but that'll be another conversation of what Councilman Abdulaziz has said.
Council President.
But you are clearly correct, so, I'm gonna allow you, but I need to have, Councilwoman, Cotton, Jackson, and then Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that, I mean, your department has been shorthanded probably the last 10, 15 years with what needs to get done. I remember, and I just want to put it out there that the ABC downstairs, which is Mary Ann, had classes for, what I discovered is that some people were buying liquor stores and bars and have no idea on how to run it, had no idea what they needed to do, no idea what their hours are. Someone just bought a bar, thought he could stay open at 3 o'clock, and I said, no, you in a hot spot, you gotta shut down at midnight. But they had classes to help them understand what they need to do to get going. And I know for a fact what I've done, I would go into a liquor store, and if I didn't see the pool table license, you'd never apply for a pool table license. Some people don't know that they're supposed to apply for a pool
You gotta
table.
be careful.
Huh?
Going in, you gotta be careful going into this.
I'm not worried about it. You know, but because the quality of life affects everybody who lives around this establishment.
Right.
It affects it badly, so you want to try to get them to understand, and for you owners to understand. You got to remember one thing. You moved in there. The residents that moved there, you moved there. So in order to be able to stay in business, you need to get to know the neighborhood. The neighborhood didn't move around you, you moved around the neighborhood. So once you understand that, then, and have a better working relationship with the people in the area, and you can have a better understanding, and making sure you have the right staff helping you to do that. But I want to say to you, you do a tremendous job out there, because it's not easy. It's really not easy, because you have them doing so much different stuff.
Yeah.
And I would say to the owners, to the liquor stores, the bars, reach out to the ABC license downstairs. Find out what you need to do. Find out how you can make your business get better without, disturbing the neighborhood. And some people may disagree, but, the hot spot to me really helped in a lot of areas, shutting down at midnight. Not just for liquor stores, and people always mistake it for liquor stores.
Right.
It's for everybody.
Right.
Grocery stores, bodegas, any other store that think they can, chicken stores that stay open past midnight.
Thank you very much.
It really helps the quality of life.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Thank you,
Cotton.
but I just want to commend you. You're doing an absolutely great job out there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. So, first of all, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, Council President, just to address a couple of items that Councilwoman Cotton talked about. Director, I've asked for the stats on the hotspot legislation quite some time ago, multiple times. The stats on the hotspot legislation, because from my perspective, the entire city is a hotspot, and we've, punished a great deal of business owners, and in the thought that was going to curtail violence, and the violence is more now than it's ever been before. So what we're doing now is actually not even putting a Band-Aid on a cut, but I don't know. I would love to get the Corporation Counsel, Madam BA, Madam Clerk, I requested the information for the hotspot legislation quite some time ago. Want to see the statistical data that's supporting that this legislation should still be in place, because we have to look at addressing the crime issues in the city differently. Furthermore, Council President, I want to make this clear and put this on record today. I have contacted the officer. I've contacted the director. I've gone out there myself on undercover sting operations.
You can't be undercover. Everybody know who Mac Jackson is.
Don't worry. They don't recognize him when I put the afro on. Anyway.
Afro.
But as some of you saw from my Facebook post, the undercover operation I ran with the director of DPW, we caught the dumper dumping by the falls. And then we have these households that's running these illegal after-hours spots,
Yep.
that's running these escort services, And these reports that's being targeted to these specific businesses are being done by a patrol. I call patrol and it's like, well, there's nothing we can do. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? You got people in the neighborhood who are complaining because people are coming out at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning,
Right.
loud music. You can tell exactly what it is, but the administration refuses to put the effort in areas that we need, the most attention to. Councilman is correct. One person. Now, I mean, I own a liquor establishment, so I know he doesn't work alone. He's out with his squad, and they do a great job, but they're undermanned and overworked. So, I want to make sure that we're putting the focus where it needs to be.
Yes.
There's so much lawlessness right now in this city, where loud music is such a common occurrence. Riding up the side on sidewalks with motorbikes, wheeling, no helmets. When is the administration going to give the department the resources it needs to be able to enforce the law? Now, we have these businesses who obviously are subjected to the lawlessness outside. It comes into the establishments, and I can tell you, I know, when most of them are calling for police support, it takes an hour or so for police support to get there, and not everybody's capable of stopping crime or violence or vagrancy inside their establishment. I see a young lady back there that's an owner. Now, I do understand that there is a responsibility to the businesses, and that's why the officer's here. But the ABC board and the function of ABC falls under the purview of the administration. But the mayor wants to put the onus on the council not to renew on entertainment side. This council needs to start holding this administration accountable. We're holding businesses accountable, and the administration is just sitting there, quietly like mice right now, not doing their job. It's their job to do this stuff. And when are we going to hold? We have to do our job now. We're stepping outside the purview of our job by doing a level of enforcement, and it should be taking place from the administration.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez?
There was a statement made about lack of enforcement, and I want to strike that with this division, with this department.
I concur.
We they could be 4, they could be 3, they could be one-man show, but let me tell you something. ABC division, this division, I'm proud of you guys.
Thank you.
What this administration had to do is, and I said it before, to avoid a lot of issue about overtime or quality of life issues in the city, let's keep on asking more cops, let's keep on asking for more staff, and probably all this will be addressed. And train everybody to take the concern of the constituents seriously. That's how I see it, though. Council President, there's something else that I'm looking at this file. Every file that comes in, I always look at the certificate of occupancy, the CO. And it threw me off, one of them that says, and I would read it just as it is. I know this is from way back, but it throws me off a little bit when it says, commercial change of tenants. This is the description of the establishment. Commercial change of tenants, occupancy change of tenants, and or occupancy of the place, and it says the name, Super Corona TA, and the name of the owner. It's not saying that the establishment has a CO to operate a bar. It's not saying that has a CO to operate a dance hall. It's not saying that it have a CO to operate a restaurant. So this has to be corrected in some point, because when you see a CO that has commercial change of tenant, that's not a CO. So that has to be clarified too.
So to that, and I also agree with you, right? Let's stick to right now what we have in
Correct.
front of us. Right now, we have various applicants who are applying for a renewal of either a dance hall, entertainment license, or pool license.
So if
right?
I'm going to,
Councilman Velez.
yes, Council President, if I'm going to make a file and I'm gonna do a discovery and to approve a license, and your CO does not say there's a dance hall, does not say it's a club, why should I entertain a license for entertainment or dance hall?
And you
Your
shouldn't.
CO
We
did
shouldn't.
not say that.
We shouldn't.
The CO do not say that. If it says, say, restaurant, if it say dance hall, a club, or whatever, then you fulfilling the requirement to present that you're entitled to get that license. So I brought that way back with another establishment, and I don't know, there's something had to be fixed in regarding the CO situation on the establishment, to be able to honor a license that could be matched to whatever purpose is gonna be used.
Thank you very much. Did you want to say something? You lifted your finger up, no? Oh, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Montoya, thank you for this report. I think that it's definitely important for us to go over the history of call for service, those establishments that we're planning to renew those dance hall license. But let me just definitely, some council member mentioned the responsibility of the ABC board. We gotta be mindful that
We're not them.
that's on the shoulder of the ABC when it comes to legal license. Let's have that clear. Now, I like to see, I'm very happy to see the business owner over here, because I know this gonna go on regular. We're gonna be voting next week on this renewal of the license. My recommendation to all the business owners that we have over here is to put a plan together. We're not in the business of closing business. This governing body, and I'm speaking for myself, I'm a legislator. I'm here to make legislation. We're not in the business of closing business. We got the police department, the ABC, all the different entity, and the administration who is responsible to hold all those entities accountable. That's their job. That's not our job as a council member. Let's have that clear. The administration, sometimes they need to speak and they stay very quiet, and they put all the pressure on the council. So we gotta have that clear here, and each owner need to understand that. So my recommendation to all of you is that next week we're planning to vote on this on the regular. Bring a plan.
Councilman,
If that, Madam President, let me just.
I know, but you're saying next week, and
Okay.
right now, this is a workshop.
It's,
We haven't said if we're gonna move forward
I
with this
understand,
for regular.
Listen, Madam
Okay.
President, in my opinion, let me just finish.
Okay.
Let me go back.
Okay.
In my opinion, if you want to table any of those applications, you got all the right to table. You got the right to take it out of the agenda. I will say the application that will be ready for next week, bring a plan together in front of the council. What is the plan for you to be a good neighbor? What are you planning to do to control the call for service, to be a good neighbor and to help the community? That's my recommendation as a business owner. So like I said, we're not in the business of closing business, and that's the only recommendation that I have. I appreciate that you come in here, and you should come here every time we have, we plan it, we'll be voting on any item when it comes to renewal. If you're not here, it's good to have this information, it's good to have this report, and it's important to have the owner of the establishment in front of us with a plan, understanding that the changes that they gotta make on their establishment.
Thank you.
Council
Thank you very
President.
much. 1 second. Thank you very much. So, you know what I'm in the business of? I'm not in the business, you're correct, to close any businesses down. That is not my business. But I am here to protect the rights. I was voted by the people. And when I get complaints, and I get videos, and I get pictures, and after hours, mechanic shops, barber shops, salons, and these same establishments, guess what? What my responsibility is, I know what the responsibility of the administration is. And that piece of ABC, I'm not ABC. You're the enforcement, and there's a board, and there's a state ABC. That's who you answer to in terms of alcohol. Our jurisdiction here is entertainment licenses. And if you're a nuisance, if you're a business that you know very well what the issues are, you know who your patronage is. So therefore, I have to protect the right of the people. They're the ones that vote me in, they're the ones that vote me out. And at the end of the day, as councilmen and many say here, if tomorrow I'm doing something right by the people and they don't want me, that's okay too. I'm gonna continue to fight for the people. And council, you can't be here saying you're all about quality of life, okay? And you want to see more patrols out there, and the same of you calling up this business, that business, and then when we are here today to say, you know what? The buck stops here. No more of this, and while I'm here as council president, I am not going to continue with this. I'm not going to continue with it. And I apologize to you, Sergeant. The last time we brought you here with an issue like that, the council said everything, had you here for hours on a vacation day, and then everybody went the other way.
Right.
This from here on, we're gonna continue, and then we'll move forward. Thank you
Council-
very
Well,
much.
let me,
Councilman Jackson.
no,
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
no, he
Called
didn't,
for the floor.
did he?
So respectfully, Council President, I totally agree, but as Councilman Abdelaziz has just, pointed out, which is clear, we have to understand the process of municipal government. This council, nothing is formalized within the city unless the council votes it into formation. So when we create these various boards, in which I've been saying about the housing authority and the parking authority, the city is the owners of those two authorities. If the city decides today to dissolve them, we take over all the assets that we gave to them. So much like the ABC, the council is what authorized and put this ABC board in place. If we want to take on the responsibility, we can dissolve the ABC board right now, and the council can stand in as the ABC board. But let me remind this council, we have stood irresponsibly for quite some time. I have made it very clear 2 years ago that it is the city council's responsibility to sit in place as a board of health. We don't have a board of health in place. It's the city council's responsibility to convene as a board of health, to make those decisions. In fact, that email, and I'm hoping we can talk about this next, that the BA so callously sent out with her presumed Karen privilege and gonna enforce and put enforcement upon employees as this council. I have to remind the BA and the administration, this council is an autonomous body. We are in a separate agency. We do not fall within the purview of the administration. So for a letter to be circulated that states we will not be paid if we don't conform to testing and or vaccinations, that's an insult. But this council has to take its rightful place. It's within our purview to exercise our authority. We can dissolve the ABC board right now, take full responsibility of it. It's obvious the administration's not doing their part, but when are we gonna do our part? That's my question to you, Council President.
All right, well, my question to you,
My-
I
Council
guess
President.
my response, one second, council members. First and foremost, state supersedes the city, okay? So there are ABC laws, all right? So one thing you just said is board, and this is not the discussion right now. This
Right.
will definitely be a discussion later on. But in terms of, the ABC board is one thing, the ABC narcotics division is something else, and there's enforcement, and I think I heard the sergeant say that there's a few issues that are at the state level that are beyond our control. So regardless of what the city and the board does.
The laws that are in place are state statutes. All the laws that we govern by are state statutes. We don't create state statutes. We work within the purview of them. We create these various boards as the ABC boards to work within the context of those state statutes, to enforce, to hold accountable, and if they're not doing it, then,
Okay.
we have to do it.
Council President.
Okay, so council members, if I may, just one second. I really want, there's two more items that need to be addressed, right? And obvious that I really want, one second.
Council President, just quickly to the viewing
Council.
public, I have to leave at 7:45. If I'm able to come back to the meeting, I will be back. But I just wanted the public to know once I vacate from my seat, that is why. I have something that I have to do by 8:15. If I'm able to come back, I will. Thank you, Council President.
She let her.
Council will be here till 1 a.m., so we'll see you later, all right?
Council President.
Madam President?
One second, Director.
In speaking to the sergeant, what I just wanted to make clear, yes, we do enforce the state statutes. We do work with the state ABC. We do go before the local board. We go before the state board. However, we do not have the authority. The sergeant in his enforcement when he goes out and he does his TCOPs or he does his state statutes and that suspensions come in, that's against the license, the liquor portion. As far as an entertainment license, we do not have that
I know,
authority
that's our
to
jurisdiction.
remove that entertainment license. That we do not.
Right, that's
just
us.
wanted to
Thank you.
make
We're clear with that.
Council
Councilwoman
President.
Cotton?
Want to make, thank you, I'm sorry, Sergeant, and also to Sergeant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Just remember, you also have an excellent staff too that helps you, because I see them out there at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Doing what they need to do. But I think the public need to understand, even if we don't okay this liquor entertainment, they still can stay open.
Right.
They still can stay open. They just can't play no DJ music. That's all. They can't have no band. They can't have no, but they can still play a jukebox, I believe. But no entertainment with no DJ spinning the records.
No dance hall, right? No entertainment, no dance hall.
No, but they can still stay open.
Correct.
That's
ma'am.
And you can
And
play
Councilwoman
music.
Cotton.
You can play music from a jukebox.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what. So just be mindful of what we're talking about.
So Councilwoman Cotton, you are right.
Yeah.
All right? And as to what Councilman Mendez was saying, that we're not in the business here of closing businesses. That's not what this is for. And, some may think that that's what it is, but, that is not what we're doing here. But we do have to, again, I'm gonna say it again, quality of life, public nuisance, over and over here. And look, we're only looking at the 1 year, which is within this pandemic, okay, and all of these situations occurring. Councilman Velez?
Hey, Council President, we cannot play naive here, okay? We're 9 members of the council. We're here to entertain a license that is titled that business to hold, cover, pay, charge for cover, bring bands, DJ. We cannot play naive here. We cannot compare apple to apple, right? All those licenses owners, they know what to do because they go to training with the state.
All right.
And they get a handbook, like a Bible, what to do or not to do in their establishment. We here to be make sure, I was going to say something that people will not love.
Councilman?
We want to make sure that we are taking the concerns, listen, liquor owner license and establishment. Meanwhile, you leave Paterson and you close the door and you leave Paterson, there's neighbors out there that don't sleep till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. There are neighbors out there that have a situation in their house with a death of a family. There are situations that got kids that are sick, etc. So I could name a bunch of things when we get those calls. What we want is that you be a good neighbor and do it right. But there's people here that have been here repeatedly, year after year. And you know what they said? They renew it, bye, we got the license, let's keep on partying. Oh, that problem happened outside. That's the police responsibility. That's this responsibility. So we need to address this thing from inside out. If you know that your establishment cannot sell individuals that's already drunk and you keep on giving alcohol to, they died, or you what? When they die inside, you're going to pull them outside, and it's a city responsibility.
Thank you
So
very much.
we want to make sure that everything is run smoothly, but at the same time, we cannot sit here and say, let's be honest. Create a plan how to control your business. You know how to control your business, and you know how to be a good neighbor in
Thank
the
you.
city of Paterson.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez. So Sergeant, I'm gonna ask you to 21 and 22.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
21 is on Total Ave.
Yes, ma'am. 21 is Alfonso Martinez Trading as Corona's Bar. It's located at 439 Totowa Ave. The tavern number is 1608-33087-004.
Wow.
The establishment has a total of 31 calls for service. This report was requested in July, so the calls for service are from July 12th, 2020 through July 11th, 2021. The calls for service range from, actually, I'll try to summarize them as best I can. We have a verbal dispute at May 29th, 2021 at 3:33 in the morning. An accident, May 29th, 2021 at 2:47 in the morning. Again, this establishment also, I want to say, is a mixed-use property. There are apartments upstairs. There was a property check at midnight on the 26th of May. There was a noise complaint from the quality of life units, May 25th, 2021 at 9:26 p.m. Again, a property check for quality of life, May 22nd, 2021 at 1:36 a.m. On May 22nd, 2021 at 1:07 in the morning, the ABC unit conducted an ABC inspection. I'd like to just go through the rest of the calls for service, and then I'll come back to the reports, if that's okay.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miscellaneous report, May 20th, 12:49 a.m., property check, May 8th, 2021 at midnight. There was a quality of life, again, a gang issue, May 1st, 2021, 5:50 p.m. Assault, April 4th, 2021, 5:15 a.m. A fight, again, April 4th, 2021 at 2:54 a.m. An accident, March 2nd at 2:50 p.m. These are all from 2021. Loud party, complaint, January 16th, 2021, 10:17 p.m. Moving violation, this was called out by a traffic unit. There was a fight on 10/26th, 2020 at 5:16 a.m. There was a special assignment for quality of life at the establishment, October 18th, 2020, 12:52 p.m. There was a fight with weapons, October 12th, 2020, 1:43 a.m. Noise complaint, the quality of life units addressed it, September 26th, 2020 at 12:29 a.m. The ABC unit conducted an investigation, September 25th, 2020 at 10:30 p.m. There's also a report for that, which I will address at the end. There was a sick person at the establishment, September 25th, 2020, 10 p.m. There was a fight on the 13th of September, 2020, 3:04 a.m. Another fight, September 3rd, 2020, 1:20 a.m. There was a noise complaint, quality of life units addressed it. Again, the rest of these calls will be from 2020. This is August 22nd at 3 in the morning. Loud party, quality of life units also addressed it, both on 16 August at 4:13 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. We have 6 noise complaints and loud party complaints. The dates are as follows, and they were all addressed by the quality of life units. August 12th at 11:09 p.m., August 7th at 4:08 a.m., August 7th at 1:52 a.m., July 26th, 3:45 a.m., July 19th, 9:26 p.m., July 19th at 8 p.m. The ABC inspections that took place, the first one that I will go through is May 22nd, 2021, and it was at 1 in the morning, 1:07 a.m. to be specific. So this specific one, we actually issued 5 separate TCOPs. The first one is for no entertainment license, smoking in public. There were hookahs that were being smoked inside of the establishment, maintaining a safety hazard because the hookahs were actually being, the hookah charcoals were actually being burned inside on a hot plate on top of a wooden bar. No pool table license and a loud music ticket. That's May 22nd, 2021. The next one that I will go through, actually, this was prior to May 22nd. This was a ABC investigation. So both of these calls were from citizen complaints. The citizen complaints for the one that I'm going to speak about now, from September 25th, 2020, there were a number of emails, number of calls made to the office a number of patrol officers who actually called up the ABC unit and actually wanted to give information concerning the establishment. And the complaints that were coming in were loud parties, prostitution, hookah smoking inside, fights with weapons. So we don't just take those things at face value. So what we did is that we actually conducted an investigation. I'd like to apologize because we didn't provide a report. This particular assignment actually is currently with the courts. There were arrests made, so I did not provide a report. But the result of the investigation, there were 6 TCOPs issued. There were 18 criminal charges. There were 7 arrests. Of the arrests, the owner was arrested, 2 managers, 1 patron, and 3 employees. There was 1 minor who was removed removed from the premises for prostitution-related safety protocols. The TCOPs that were issued, 1 was for no entertainment license, no dance hall license, maintaining and creating a widespread hazard. And some of the criminal charges, maintaining a nuisance, promoting a house of prostitution, maintaining a nuisance by recklessly creating and maintaining a condition which endangers the safety and health of a considerable number of people, and promoting prostitution. There was 1 patron who was arrested for possession of 2 wax folds of cocaine, sale of cocaine to an undercover detective, sale of cocaine to an undercover detective within 1,000 feet of a public school, school number 5, which is across the street, sale of cocaine within 500 feet of the Great Falls Park, and then there were 3 female employees that were charged for prostitution for soliciting sex to an undercover. One of the charges was also against a female employee who was 18 years old, and then there was one female juvenile who was removed from the premises throughout the investigation. But I would like to point out that the case is still making its way through the courts, so at this point, no one's been convicted. They're just charges at this point.
Okay.
So to be fair.
Council
So,
President.
1 second. So that was
2021.
correct?
Yeah, 2021.
No.
Oh, 21, sorry,
20 is
21.
separate, that's Madison, this is Totowa Ave. You know what, Councilman Jackson?
Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
what's the current status of their ABC license?
The current status, it's still valid, sir.
So all of these infractions took place in this current year since they've been recently renewed? When was their last renewal?
Their renewal was June 30th, sir, of 2021. So they were renewed. Yes, sir.
They were renewed recently.
Yes, sir.
So,
Wow.
in all of these infractions that you're talking about now, in fact, a provision of ABC is there's a certain time you must close, and you have a certain allotted time in which you have your employees to clean up. But they've been open and operating well after 3, 4, 5, they have violations 3, 4, 5 o'clock, and they still have a valid ABC license?
Yes, sir. So for this particular assignment, the job is with the state ABC. It's not with the local ABC board due to the severity of the charges. The state ABC adopted the case, and it's currently with them under the Attorney General's office.
So, but it still went before the local ABC,
Yes, sir.
and they have to actually vote on it to be renewed.
Yes, sir.
Do we have the results of that vote?
No, sir. I do not.
So,
Hold on, Councilman, to what you're asking,
Ma'am.
this was voted on in our ABC board?
correct.
To renew?
The
No, not
renewals come through the
renewals,
local
okay.
ABC board. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
But, so what I'm hearing is, and I obviously, this is Madam BA, so just listen to my question. So the board proceeded because the state has not taken action, because this goes to the state? Is that, I'm trying, In other words, you just said that there are charges, but.
Council President, if I may,
All
if I
right.
may.
No, I was trying to get clarity to
Let
where
me-
you're
let me-
going
Let me
with. Go
lend
ahead.
a bit of clarity. The
Go
state
ahead.
doesn't care if Paterson is a crap hole. The state only cares about their renewal fees. The more licenses we put in circulation, the more money they make. They'll renew this on a state level without even blinking an eye. But it's the fact that the local ABC board just renewed this application. You talking about minor prostitution? Like, listen, I don't need to hear any more on that application.
Council President.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Velez, then Councilman Mendez.
Yeah, I just want to bring forward, and probably Director Special could testify on this, and also Sergeant. There was a case here in the Fifth Ward called Ranchi City. All right? You went to the state, presented all the charges locally that they had, and they revoked the license. And that's why you don't see Rancho City there. So, and they had cop hit or fight with, and a bunch of things. So, the state is the one that's supposed to say, you know what, Paterson, please, let me get all your discoveries, all your complaints, all your nuisance problems with this licensee, and they supposed to do a decision and say, you know what, I'm not renewing it. I'm revoking it.
There's two components that you're looking at. There's criminal charges that have to go through the criminal system, and there's ABC charges that are also going through the ABC system. So,
Did the owner plead,
Like the
did the
sergeant
owner
said-
plead guilty in the charges that he
no,
had?
they're
No,
still
still pending?
correct?
Oh, that's why
So
he
the
still
criminal
had the
charges are
license.
still pending, yes,
Oh,
sir.
that's why.
Correct.
In the case of Rancho City, the guy plead guilty.
Yes, sir.
And that's why.
But
and
wasn't it after
anybody-
numerous
Correct.
times
Yes. Correct.
and undercovers and doing all that stuff that
Correct.
they were
Yes.
able to, okay.
So that is one thing, is that traditionally, and I don't want to speak for the ABC board nor for the state, because that's not under me. However, the process does a lot of times take time because we are waiting for the criminal process to be adjudicated. So as far as the local ABC board, I have to say, they actually didn't get this particular job. So I can't say.
So they don't
as-
have, so they renewed, but they didn't have these reports in place? These reports were not prepared and
I
given
can't
to?
attest if they had them or didn't have them, but I know that the charges didn't go through the local ABC board.
Madam
Okay,
President.
thank you very
And
much.
also, Council President.
One second, council members, Councilman Velez and then
Council
Councilman
President,
Mendez.
just to keep clear this, and this happened also with the case that I talking about. They cannot make no transaction, sell, or whatever if they still pending those charges. So the license carry all those charges. So if they trying to sell it, meanwhile, I plead guilty, I gotta sell it to have the business and the person number, no, it's not gonna happen.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Montoya, so I hear that you say that at the time, since they got the renewal recently from the ABC, at the time of the renewal, they didn't have this information, all this complaint, all those violations in terms of prostitution. You're not sure?
Correct, sir. Correct.
I mean, it will be very disturbing knowing that if the ABC have all this information, they will renew the license of this establishment.
I would agree with you.
That was my point on the beginning, that before those renewal, because the license, the legal license, that's the most powerful license for the business.
Right.
Without legal license, they cannot operate. They gotta close the door. Knowing that, I mean, before they get into any renewal, they need to have all this information. That was my point at the beginning.
Yes, sir, I understand.
And it will be I think that we got to go back on that, and it's got to be a conversation on that. Moving forward, I don't know what's going to happen on the following week on the next meeting, but I need to know if the ABC renewal having this information, because this is very
It's
problematic.
alarming, it's concerning.
There had to be a conviction to be able to take action against the
No,
license.
not true. Council
Not
President.
necessarily, no.
Council President.
Council members, one second,
Very
Councilman
quickly.
Jackson. No,
Please.
Councilman Jackson. That is not true. In terms of the city and our board, we could take an action. The state can override us, okay, but we could take an action in the city and say, you know what? At this time, there's going to be a suspension.
Correct.
Okay, and we as a city and the board could do that. All right, now it then can go to the state, they can fight it, in terms of, the allegations, and the charges, obviously that goes through another,
That's
judicial
another-
system, and that's not us.
Right.
Okay, Councilman Jackson, then
Very quickly,
Councilman,
I'll be brief.
Councilwoman Cotton.
So let me lend some clarity to this as a person that goes for renewals every year. I haven't been the last year or so, but you have infractions from September 25th, 2020, September 26th, 2020, 2020, January 3rd, 2021. When you come before renewal, every single call to service, if a neighbor upstairs called for service, every time your location, your address has a call for service, there is an ABC list, and they will have that report. That call may not have anything to do with your business, but those calls for service was there. When this license was renewed in June, they absolutely had all of these things in front of them, unless, and the sergeant is extremely thorough, as we all can see. Now, if there is anything, I don't care about a conviction. If you have an undercover officer who brought cocaine, drugs, from someone in this establishment, there is a level of accountability. I don't care who owns it. This is why Paterson is is viewed
Thank
the
you.
way it is.
Right.
We
Thank
cannot
you.
sit here, this right now, we need to take action on this license
you.
now. We should move into executive, or put forward some measure. This needs to happen today. They should not be open tomorrow. You cannot have businesses in this community running rogue, doing anything, selling cocaine to minors. They right across the street from School 5. That license
Thank you,
needs to be revoked.
thank you very much, Councilman Jackson, I totally agree with you,
Right.
and this is why I thought it was important that
Right.
that we brought this here, this is when we were supposed to have this discussion here in workshop. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yep.
And then
Thank-
we're gonna move to the next one.
Yeah, we're still on 21, right? With,
We are on 21, right?
Right. As Councilman Mendez has said, I'm curious too as to, because I know sometimes when the ABC board votes, they vote in groups, meaning it's more than one license at one time.
No, doesn't happen.
Oh, they don't vote in groups?
No. Each
Oh,
individual
well, everybody's
license.
expired in June. Don't everybody expire in June?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, everybody's expired, so they're voting 179 times. I don't see them voting 179 times, because everybody's license expires at the same time, Now, for them, they may have had the information, they may not have had it. But I know that there have been liquor businesses, and I can give you an example, 27th and 10th Ave. It took me 3 years to kind of get that liquor store kind of closed, but it took 3 years. Now, I didn't want to close them down completely, but you're not following the
No,
rules.
Councilwoman,
You're
this
not-
business
No.
needs to be
Okay,
closed.
No, but I'm just saying,
This
I'm not
business
talking,
needs to be
I'm not
closed.
talking.
One
that-
second,
care
council
about
members,
that. I don't
council
care
members,
about
you can't
that.
speak,
Michael, I
council
don't wanna
member,
hear.
council
I'm
member,
talking about what
councilwoman Cotton and council.
let me finish.
Councilwoman, I am going to allow you, but I want order.
But he started it.
I understand, but I
Come
want
on.
order, so I'm telling you both to please calm down,
And
and
I'm saying-
Councilwoman Cotton, continue.
Please, you never hear me interrupt no one. I don't interrupt no one when they're talking, never. That's what you
Councilwoman,
be as a
proceed.
council. But I want to say that for them to vote on this in June, and you're thinking that they saw all of this in their meeting in June, because they got all these licenses that got to be renewed all at the same time. And now I'm saying, and I'm talking, whether you agree or not agree, you still don't do that to council members. That's all. And I'm saying to you that for some reason, if they've known this, then something is seriously wrong with our ABC board. If they've seen this beforehand, Sergeant, then something is wrong with our ABC board. I have seen a liquor store on 27th and 10th Ave go down to the state, and it took 2.5 years. 2.5 years it took, and they remained open for 2.5 years.
Yes.
Until they till they heard their hearing. They applied for a hearing, and they can remain open until their hearing is heard. Now tell me if I'm wrong.
No, ma'am, actually, you're not.
You're right.
Right. So-
So I understand that. So even if we say we're going to take 180 days from you, they have the right to appeal The appeal then goes to the state. The state sometimes take 2 years. Sometimes it takes 3 years. I've seen it happen, community. I've seen it happen. We need to do something on that state level to shorten what it should be. By the time, it shouldn't take that long to hear a case.
Thank you.
And with all the money they charge, community, the city of Paterson gets not one dime of it.
No,
The state keeps the entire amount.
yes. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much, Councilwoman Cotton. You are correct. Councilman
Council
Jackson.
President,
Councilman Jackson.
first of all, every case is uniquely different.
Yes.
The case that we're talking about could be a matter of some violence, somebody cracking somebody over the head with a bottle. You got a big establishment selling cocaine 10 feet from a freaking grammar school. You talk prostitution. This is why this city is viewed the way it is and the conditions are the way they are. People believe they could come in here and do whatever the hell they want to. You think he could do this in Wayne? You think he could do this in Totowa? Where does the applicant live? Where does he live? Where's the applicant? Where's the owner of the establishment live?
It doesn't have his address here, sir.
We don't. Where do you live, sir? Where do you live? Yes.
You're able to, you don't have to put the, you could just
You
say
don't
what
have-
city. What city do you live in?
Fairlawn.
Fairlawn. Okay, thank
Fairlawn.
you.
But he wants to conduct business in Paterson and allow drug selling. I own an ABC license. I understand what the responsibility is. And for us to sit here and talk about, oh, well, I know we don't have purview over the state, but we do have purview
In
over
the
what
city.
happens within the confines of our city. This council needs to be responsible. This entertainment license does not need to be renewed. In fact, revoked should be the status, and we should be pursuing the revocation of that ABC license.
Thank you very much, Councilman
That's freaking
Jackson. And my
ridiculous,
whole
man.
point to this, council members, to have this today specifically is because this is what we should be doing with every license, not just pick and choose, every license that comes
Council
before
President, with
us.
all due respect, every licensee is not selling cocaine
You are correct.
in their establishment.
You are
Every
correct.
licensee is not allowing young people to be prostituted.
You are correct. You
mean,
are
Madam
correct.
Pre-
And,
Madam
and let me
President.
just tell you, council members, there's still some more coming, and there's some other issues that, you know, you will be seeing in terms of allegations. I have a specific establishment that specifically, the young ladies are going in there and they're coming out and they're being gang raped inside bathrooms. I mean, there's a lot more going on. And some of these establishment owners actually know this stuff but allow it to happen. So I'm with you with what you're saying. I really want us to proceed, Sergeant. We've been on this for an hour, and so I want us to, if you've completed that item, is there anything else that we should know from that item? I mean, you've said enough, that if there's enough, that, Madam Clerk, this item is not proceeding, it is not going, as a matter of fact, none of them are going for regular, none of them.
Madam,
Council
One second.
President,
One-
hold on, you say regular?
I said none of them are being put to go on regular.
And it should be tabled for now, because
No, I'm not going to table, because if I table, I have to give a date. Right now, they're just not going on the agenda, that's it.
Oh, so they're not going to the agenda?
I just have a request, Madam President, that before we bring those items into a discussion, Mr. Montoya, I don't know if there's going to be a need over a executive closed section at some point, because I know that you might have more sensitive information about a lot of the business
Maybe that's
that
something
we
we
need
can-
to know as a governing body.
Okay.
That we definitely need to have that information. So if that's the case, I just putting that on the record that I would love to see that executive closed section if there's things that should not be out there. But we need to be fully informed about what's going on with every business in the city and how other entities are approving those licenses also as well. How
Okay.
other boards are taking those decisions, knowing that they have that information in front of them. Thank you, Madam
So
President.
Councilman Mendez, I think that is great. Again, I'm going to shift over to the administration, to Corporation Counsel. I am in total agreement. This is the stuff that we've been talking about in committees, okay? To the director, to the chief, I understand that everything has to go through you, but if you have your expert person there who's stating that there's undercover being done and that they're being sold to undercover officers, you know, I really don't want to hear more. I think that's enough. There's too much has been said today. I want, like I said, if there's anything else that is, I'm just not going to proceed. So item number 22, which is a pool table. If you have anything on item number 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I do. It's Alcantaro's Liquors, LLC, trading as Alcantaro's Liquors. Tavern number 1608-33079-013. It's located at 416 Market Street. The establishment recently opened, and by recently, I would say it opened probably 3 to 4 months ago.
Okay,
And I apologize, I don't have the exact date for that.
okay.
3 months.
3 months.
Councilwoman Cotton. No, I called on you so you can speak.
The one that came, if I may, Council President, I'm happy to be in City Hall. He comes here. He just bought this liquor store.
Yes, ma'am.
He comes upstairs. They set him upstairs. I don't know why. He has to shut down at 12 because he's in the hot spot.
Yes, ma'am.
And I told him, I said, when you bought this business, did they disclose all of that to you? He said, no. They said that he could stay open to 2. I said, you cannot stay open to 2. So he's thinking, and I kept saying to him, you can go back and get your money back because he just did not disclose the entire business to you. You cannot stay open past midnight.
Okay.
So now he's still staying open past midnight
Okay, so-
after I told him he
So,
can't stay open.
so Councilwoman, to
That's
that,
unfair. That's-
okay, to that statement, I would actually, I don't know if it's the director or to the
Let's
sergeant.
clarify, let's
Is that a
clarify
hotspot?
something. Let's clarify
Yes.
something.
It is a hotspot?
No, it's not.
Yes.
That place was not
Councilman
open.
Velez?
Is it the list?
Yes.
It's on the list. I know the hot spots.
It was this place being closed decades.
It goes from, it's on Market Street, from the 4 corners of Straight Street all the way to the 4 corners of Madison Avenue.
Okay,
that's
Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much. So can you proceed?
Yeah, thank
Sure.
you.
This location has 8 calls for service. However, it does go back for 1 full year.
Okay.
But the establishment has only been open for 3 months.
For 3 months.
The dates is August 31st, 2021. At 9:52, there was an overdose. One unwanted guest. August 21st, 2021, at 9:01, one narcotics investigation, which actually, this was listed, but it's an ABC investigation. So it's categorized as narcotics, but it's an ABC investigation, or an ABC inspection, I'm sorry. On 8/12, and that was a follow-up from an actual ABC inspection that took place on August 10th, 2021, at 9:17 p.m. There was an officer administrative response, August 10th, 2021, at 7:22. One sick person on May 6th, 2021, at midnight. 1 parking violation, March 6th, 2021, at 8:47, and 1 unwanted guest on December 12th, 2021. 2054 hours. This location is also a mixed use. So while there are apartments upstairs, there's a number of private residences that are upstairs as far as apartments. And that actually concludes the, correction. For the ABC inspection, there was 1 teacup issued, and that was for an obstruction of public passage. And that was because they had a sign, a grand opening sign that was on the sidewalk, so we issued them a teacup after they had been advised to remove it. It wasn't removed, so we went back on the follow-up inspection and issued a teacup.
Council President,
Councilman Velez?
yes, you mentioned a date there, threw me off a little bit. 12/21.
Correct. It's
What is this?
It's
September?
2020. I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, 2020. Okay, I
2020,
just want to
sorry,
clarify
yes.
that because we still.
No, I'm sorry. Yes.
You ready for the 21 to be over, right?
I thought, hey, let's celebrate now. Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much. Sergeant Montoya, thank you as well. We now will do what we need to do.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank Sergeant Montoya. He does such a thorough job.
It is.
And he is extremely
Take my hat.
poignant when he's doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, council members, I did see that there was someone that wanted to speak on behalf of their I'm actually what I am going to do is, Madam Clerk, I'm going to open the public portion, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow the gentleman that wanted to say something, I'm going to allow him first, and then we're going to proceed with the public portion. I'm sorry?
You have 5 instances here, so you
One,
could have
two.
one opportunity. You have to give everyone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was the only one that stood up. If somebody else wants to say something, they could, all right? Just so you understand, sir, you can come to the podium, yes. So, just so you understand, now that I'm going to be opening up the public portion, okay? You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, just so you all know that are here, if you have anything pending, whatever you say here is recorded. So if you are not here with a lawyer and you wanna, contest something, we're not here. If you wanna make a statement, you're allowed to. No, what?
Don't give them legal advice. If they want to talk about it freely, let them talk.
I am just letting you all know, the rules to our opening, I'm gonna allow you to speak, you have 3 minutes. You're gonna state your name and your address, because that's what has to be done, and then you can make your statement. But again, if you have anything pending, I'm just letting you know and putting you here to let you know that this is recorded,
And Council
okay?
President, just
And
clarify.
anything you say can be used for or against you, that's
and
all I'm saying.
Council President-
So, Councilman,
Also, you have to advise Councilman Jackson, that happens here once. Corporate counsel was sitting there, corporate counsel advised the applicant about the legality of he speaking in this, because he's talking about his
right,
application.
that's why I put it on record. I'm gonna repeat myself. If you have anything pending pertaining any criminal charges and you choose to speak, just letting you know right now, it's recorded, okay? So, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Alfonso Martinez. I live in 215 Greenhour Place in Pueblo for like 8 years so far.
Are you what?
8 years. I live here in Paterson for more than 25 years. I never had any record. I'm a businessman. I'm conducting myself in the right way. This case that Detective Montoya brought up right here right now is in court. I can't tell you the details for what happened, but it's not the truth what he said. So I would like to bring my lawyer here and explain to you the situation, because it sounds very bad the way he put it to you guys, but it's not the right thing. Also, that's all I can tell you. I bring my lawyer over here so he can do whatever. But it's
Okay.
right.
Is that all you want to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so just in terms of your lawyer, like, we're not having a public hearing right now, all right? Councilman Mendez made a statement about us possibly, and again, our corporation counsel is not here. You wanted to bring your lawyer here to speak to us?
No, it's just because the response that you had
No,
when
no.
he was talking.
Okay,
And the response that everybody here had when he was talking.
Council President.
Exactly.
Madam
But
President.
it's probably
Council
right.
Okay, one second.
It's a
Just so-
lie.
Okay, just so you
It's a
know.
lie.
Okay, and so there is no rebuttal and there is no, you want to have a conversation with anyone in the audience, you can have it outside,
Yeah,
but
okay.
not inside here.
Council President.
Okay, Corporation Counsel, I know that you're just walking in right now, but just, the gentleman, wants to, claim that some of the sergeant's report is not accurate, he wants to bring his lawyer, and I said, that would be something that really is not in our, your lawyer needs to be speaking to ABC and to the state,
No, it is-
not to the council. In terms,
But-
it is in our purview.
Correct.
It is within our purview, not necessarily all of what he said. We're about quality of life, the complaints that are coming from the neighbors. This is not, my decision is not based solely on what he said. It's all of the complaints that I get, the after parties that are occurring, the shootings that are occurring right outside, the person who just got killed. That's where I make it. You cannot speak back to me, sir. You cannot. You cannot speak back to me. I'm just letting you know, and anyone here know, okay, I'm gonna base my decision based on the people in the area and the summary of complaints. Your pending issues, criminal issues, whatever that is, you have a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I'm not here to judge. I'm here to protect the rights of the people that live in that area, and that's all I want to say.
Council
So,
President.
I want to thank you very much. Okay?
Council
Thank you.
President.
No, we're going to continue, because
no.
Councilman,
please.
I-
It's simple. The gentleman had to understand something. We already heard your report, you pending charges, whatever, that's your lawyer, with ABC board, and the legal system. What we hear is for the application of entertainment and your dance hall license. If we approve or disapprove, you like it or don't like it, then you could say, take a step further. But we could entertain it next week, and we could.
No, we're not, Councilman.
Hold on, you have to.
No, Councilman, I just stated no. So, just so you know, I told Madam Clerk, none of these are going to the meeting.
That's what I'm saying, and you say yes, because before I say, let's pull it, and you say no.
No, I pulled them. They're not on the agenda.
Oh, so they're not gonna be in the
Yes.
agenda, so they're not gonna be
Okay.
renewed, and okay.
They're not.
All right.
Okay, thank you
Council
very much.
President, very quick.
So,
Extremely quick.
Councilman Jackson.
Mostly because this establishment is within the first ward, and it's right across the street from School 5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just
I thought
say
that was
this
second, but second word, I thought it was second.
first.
Okay,
It's first.
borderline, right?
It's on the border,
Okay.
yes, but it's the first. And I'm gonna just say this to the gentleman. I am a fellow business owner. I'm extremely flexible when it comes to being considerate to businesses. You, my friend, are not a good neighbor. Your garbage is out of control. The neighbors' complaints of loud music is out of control. I'm very familiar with your establishment. How long have you been the owner? 20 years. So it is you. You are the owner. You're the one. I'm familiar with the various security companies that have done security. I know what goes on in that establishment. You, my friend, licensing is a privilege. It's just like a motor vehicle license. You go there, they tell you, driving license is a privilege. It is not an obligation for them to provide it to you. It is not an obligation for the city to provide you with a license to do business. Obviously, you have managed to do well for yourself. You move your family outside of Fairlawn, and the things that you're subjecting these neighbors to, you don't want your family to be subjected to. And with that being said, from my perspective, I have gone out of my way. If my neighbors have an issue with anything, I go out of my way to make sure that they are satisfied. You do not do that, sir. You, and regardless of whatever the results are, the allegations, you have a long way to go to prove to the community that you deserve to be doing business in that neighborhood. That is a residential neighborhood across from a school that
Okay.
hundreds of children need to cross through there every day. Licensing is a privilege, and this council needs
Right.
to understand that. People that come here to do business need to be held accountable to their actions.
Yes.
Even in the manner in which they talk to their neighbors and things of that nature. This is ridiculous.
Thank you very much. So with that said, there's no rebuttal, I'm sorry. So there's no rebuttal. I need you to, the process is you have 3 minutes and then that's it. I'm gonna ask if there's any other business owner that wants to say anything.
Madam
Is
President.
there, okay, you can come forward.
Yeah, Madam President, if I may. Yeah, I looked at the public portion, and all the business owners who are here, they did sign the public portion.
They did sign
So,
up?
yeah, did you want to allow them to speak first?
Okay, who's the first one?
That gentleman just spoke.
I'm sorry? Hold on a minute. So, Director, did you hear what she said? That those business owners, they all signed up on the public portion. I've opened the public portion, so she wants us to address the order. Correct. Okay, Madam, call the first speaker.
Yes, Madam President, I was just explaining to that the other business owners signed.
Go
So
ahead.
the first person that wrote, that signed on the public portion is Mr. Teague, Corey Teague.
Okay.
Is
Oh, he's here.
Mr. Teague
I
here?
didn't see him. Okay.
Please state your name and address for the record, Mr. Teague, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. And so I want to apologize. I didn't realize that the business owners did sign up on the public portion. So with that said, you know, I stand corrected with that. And you will have your moment to speak, whoever wants to speak. All right?
All right. Good evening. This is a very good meeting. I was watching it from outside, and I'm not saying that you never fight, but tonight I saw a fight from Paterson. And I'm not saying you guys never fight. You guys always fight, but tonight I saw a fight from Paterson. Like, get out of our city if you're not going to do right. I saw it tonight, and I'm down with that. I'm down to roll up my sleeves and get with that. But I'm here to make a couple of announcements. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we have a gospel event going on in Prospect Park called Mega Fest. And as you all know, Church Boy puts on this event every year. This year, it's going to be at the Redeemed Fellowship Center and on North 8th Street in Prospect Park. And it's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Hope everyone can attend. I also want to congratulate our students, even on back to school night. I received a lot of positive reports from, their grades and the work that they're doing. Want them to know that it's not overlooked. With regards to the school lunch, I know Councilman Velez made a comment last week. I addressed it to the superintendent the minute it was brought to me. She's working with her staff to address it on the operation level. But personally, I can't walk into the school buildings and prepare the meals. If I could, I would. But you guys know the way this goes. Like, you're a legislative body, we're a legislative body. Right now, we're putting a lot of pressure on the superintendent, more than people probably think. And the questions are being thrown at her left and right because, like I said, when it was brought to us, we brought it to her. All right? I'm also here to, I thought there was going to be a couple more people, but I'm also here to discuss the upcoming school board election. I want you guys to pay attention. There's one candidate here tonight who is actually thinking it not robbery to come before you and give you her words and her inspiration and why she wants to run. She's taken the time out to come here tonight to talk to you. I just want you guys to think about that. Shaniqua Lemon is taking the opportunity to come out here tonight and talk to you. Think about that. What do? I come out here and talk to you. But if you keep electing people who don't even want to talk to you, how far do you think we're going to get as a city? People who actually want to sit down with you and understand what's going on, have a full understanding of the issues, and then trying to find a way to resolve those issues so that we don't continue ending up in the same jams that we're in now. We have an opportunity to shift the leadership right now in a direction that we can actually start holding people accountable and making sure that the ship goes in the right way. We have that opportunity now, and I hope the city of Paterson is listening and paying attention. There is an opportunity right now to change the trajectory of everything that's going on. But it will not happen if you don't do anything. Understand, not voting is still voting. If you don't vote, that means you've given in to what's already in front of you. I hope you guys open your minds and wake up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, it seemed like Tasia. I'm not sure of the last name. Is there Tasia? T-A-Y?
Okay.
Not yet.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Next speaker is Michael Etel. Michael?
Good evening, Paterson residents. My name is Mike Lytle. I live at 463 Preakness Ave. The first thing I'd like to do is have everybody really truly listen, because the Board of Education elections are very, very important. I didn't support Shaniqua Lemon the last time. I wasn't a resident. Now I'm a resident. She has my vote. She's the first one that I'm going to vote for. I ask everybody to vote for her because she really does care. When you see a candidate come back more than one time, and this is a non-paid position, you have to really listen to that person. And it's not about who you like and who you don't like. And I'm glad that the City Council tonight is fighting for the residents of the City of Paterson. Because all you have to do is drive around the City of Paterson, and it's it's a mess. We have to clean up the City of Paterson. I heard on the news the other day that people from Maywood were complaining about a party going on from a bar in the City of Paterson. That's incredible. I don't know how true it is that they heard it from over there, but we have a bad name. The City of Paterson has a bad name. I heard it on Channel 12 News the other day. I should have took a recording of it. But by the time I got that far, the other announcement that I want to make is that on this Saturday at Cobb Park, the Clean Communities in Paterson Green, amongst other organizations, are having a cleanup. Even though people say, well, it's DPW's job and everything, this is our city. If we don't help clean up our city, people are going to come here and dump. There are people here that in the City of Paterson that dump stuff they don't have to go far. They just come right in here to dump. So we have to show them that we care about our city. I'm here for now, forever. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving, and they're not getting rid of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Madam President. Miss Shanika Lemon? Lennon?
Thank you. Shaniqua Lemon, my address is 12-16 Hopper Street. My name is Shaniqua Lemon. I am a candidate for the Paterson School Board. I am 1G on your ballots. I wanted to come to you. Thank you, City Council. Thank you to the city residents for your support, and everyone that I don't have your support. I hope you are following me. I am mostly using my social media, SHANIKWA Lemon. Please follow me. When you hear about me, I hope you remember 3 words. That's passion, purpose, and partnerships. Right now, I want to talk on my passion. I am a city resident. I have been here my whole life. I went to School 12, School 17, went to the Teaching Academy. I have continuously always been here in the city. I currently work at Starla Academy on North Main Street. We are open for after school, so if you need an after school program for your students, for your children, please send them on down. I want you to know that I'm here for partnerships. To my city council members, those who support me, I truly appreciate it. Those of you who don't, I pray that you know in your hearts that I am the best candidate for this position. So when it comes to the city in general, I am a person, please reach out to me. My passion is for our children. No matter what ward they live in, I want to make sure and let it be known that I'm here for everyone, whether that's bringing together all communities, all of our children, as we talk about quality of life, that all of that matters, especially for our children. They have to walk in these streets, they have to walk down these streets to go to schools. As we talk about developing parks, I hope we truly have a passion in that for our children, because education is more than just the classroom. Education is everywhere. So as a community, we have to step up, we have to put our own separate agendas and problems aside and come together for our children. I will be here until Election Day to let you guys know who I am, Shaniqua Lemon, 1G on your ballot, a true independent candidate. Thank you everyone for your support, and I will see you soon.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm dropping the lemon, not the mic. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Kamisha Jones.
Go.
Kamisha Jones, address 20 Mill Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm also here to offer my support to Ms. Lemon, 1G, for Paterson Board of Education Commissioner. So I just wanted to put that plug in, but I also wanted to speak to our council and to our administration in regards to our planning board, our board of adjustments, our housing commission. These are positions that are appointed by you guys and also our administration. I want us to be clear that these people that we appoint, one, that they are live in Paterson, that they are aware of the duties that they are supposed to be performing, and that they do it in a way that it does not hinder the quality of life of our residents, especially the planning board as they approve these different projects and housing throughout the city where we are overcrowded, where we don't have enough parking, where there's not sanitation in regards to trash being taken out properly, things like that. When the planning board, the board of adjustments, and even the housing commission as well, when they are approving these different projects, we want to make sure that the people that are put in these seats understand their role, understand that they should have a commitment to the quality of life of the people. It's just not about money. It's not about having a building in our name or being able to say we were on this project. It should be about the people, the quality of life for the people, even how it would affect the people that's going to move into these projects. So I wanted to be clear that when we are appointing these people, that we're appointing the best people for the job that care about the community, aren't out here to make a name for themselves, aren't out here for the next council or a council at large position, but truly want to see and make a difference within the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
And others. I'm here after a self-imposed exile from January of last year. But before I talk about that, I want to mention that I witnessed democracy in action at the planning board meeting. The neighbors, of which I am one, zoning board of adjustment. I don't know whose bonehead idea it was to promote the drug rehab center across the street from a school, across the street from a daycare center, within the footprint of the national park, and right across the street from my damn house too. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why? The love of money. Somebody's getting paid. There's a whole lot of corruption going on around here, of which you will find out very shortly. A lot of complaints have been made, and finally, somebody has listened, and they're coming forward. I know it for a fact. As well, my self-imposed exile comes from when I was denied my right to speak a year and 8-9 months ago. Well, we're gonna have some I can't think of the word, it's escaping me right now. Justice. Justice is coming because and nobody else up here, I don't believe, I'm a Vietnam era vet, honorably discharged from the U.S. Army, went and volunteered for your rights. But my rights were denied to speak on public safety matters at this council. Notwithstanding, it wasn't this corporation council. He hasn't denied my rights yet, if he will. But it happened. And I'm here to tell you, I'm not laying down. And right now, I'm here to let you know that I'm back. I've sat quiet long enough. I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of hearing all this that's going through the court and this and that. Because I do have a second district federal court case coming forward. I am suing, and I'm going to sue the pants off of the city. I work here. I love this city. But you can't do that to me. You can't do it to me and other people. Deny your rights. It's not fair, it's not right, it's illegal. And I'm just giving you fair warning, it's coming.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Rucker.
I spoke to you earlier.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Council members, Mr. Rucker has asked for a little extra time. You can proceed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here specifically tonight about quality of life, about the vagrant problem. And I'm glad that I'm hearing you guys talking like we've been talking for quite a while. We have at least 1,000 or 1,500 vagrants that are not from this city. They're defecating on our streets in front of our children. They're urinating on the health center, costing them $65,000 to $70,000 to fence themselves in. This is not how we're supposed to live. I heard you guys talk about these licenses. No, they don't have a right to a license. No, I don't give a damn about their business. They don't care about my quality of life. And it's time that we send a clear message: it's zero tolerance in the city of Paterson. When I walk down the streets and a panhandler asks me for $1, a female, and I say no, and she pulls out a knife, this is what's happening in Paterson on a day-to-day basis. You cannot tell me people are not hearing this. Quality of life is not just liquor stores and bars. Quality of life are the people that have invaded this city, taken over this city, and are now ruling us. It needs to stop. I've been talking to the administration, now I'm talking to this council. We have to take the politics out one day, just one. Let's not talk about the mayor, let's not talk about the council, let's work on quality of life. Okay? We can't continue operating a governing body and an administration in this manner. We have to sit down for one day and don't worry about who's running for mayor, and let's talk about these vagrants running our streets. Why do you think people are starting to now fill up these chambers? They're sick and tired. We need zero tolerance on anything that is breaking the quality of life for our citizens. Period. We can't continuously talk about these things and do something else. We have few inspectors and they're paid nothing. And you want to know why you got corruption? You give me $30,000, you tell me to work all day and write all these tickets, and I can't feed my family? And you're talking about corruption? Of course you're going to have corruption. But what is most important, these businesses that some want to protect and don't want to harm a business are the same businesses that are feeding liquor to people that are so drunk they can't walk out the bar. They don't care about when they get behind the car and whose kid they hit. We have a massive problem. Quickly, let me tell you about the health center. I have Jerry Speziel and the Paterson Police Department there 4 times a day when they should be on the roads. We can no longer treat vagrancy as homelessness in this city because they're homeless by choice. They came here for the drugs.
That's right.
That's what they came here for. And their parents are sending them money to the check casher place on Elder Street every first of the month and every Friday. Look at the line. So they're left here, but you don't see that in Passaic. You're not seeing that in Newark. Why are we seeing it here? It is time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's stop the political BS and let's get down to business. Let's look at our problem and address it. The administration has a job, but so does this council. We need the legislation to go along with the plan. So when we do have a problem, no one has an excuse why it wasn't taken care of. I don't have enough inspectors. I don't give a damn how you got to crawl to do it. We need it done. Let's talk about some of these pictures that we're being putting up on Facebook on a consistent basis. Family Dollar, both of them, Hamilton Ave and Straight Street. Horrible. Horrible. Walgreens, another one. And we spent 5 weeks dealing with that one, and it's still not clean. You know why they do that here, ladies and gentlemen? It's Paterson. And they tell you it's Paterson.
Right.
We need to join together, council, administration, and community, because we got a job to do too. I'm not going to leave us out, because we leave us out, we come here to raise hell, but we don't want to do the job either. So we all need to get together in this situation. 1st and 4th Ward is inundated with homeless. But like I always told you, they start one place and they move on up.
That's right.
They're in the 6th Ward, they're in the 3rd Ward, they're panhandling you got a panhandling ordinance. Who's enforcing this?
Nobody.
We need to change our method. Look, some of us have had bad political feelings about each other. That's over. Let's deal with this problem we have. This is about no fight. This is about us fighting to save us in this city. I want to thank you, Madam President. And in my last words, I have a bag of lemons for all of you. We're going to teach you how to make lemonade. Lemon for School Board, once again, approved by Ernest Rucker.
Thank you very much. What's the number? What's the number? Madam Clerk?
Yes,
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam
next
President.
speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jamie Fajardo. I think he's the owner for Alcantaro Liquors,
Okay.
or the representative.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
You need to name
My name
and
is
address for the
Jamie
record.
Fajardo. I'm living on 416 Market Street, Paterson, New Jersey, second floor. And
So, hold on a minute. You live where the business is?
Yes, I'm living on second floor.
Okay.
I moved 4 years ago from New York City and...
Can you do me a favor? You cannot speak so
Oh, I'm
close.
sorry, I'm
There
sorry.
you go. Okay.
Yeah, I moved 4 years ago from, I'm grew up in New York City. When I moved to this town, I was like, I didn't even know how Paterson was. When I was moving, I was scared like 4 years ago. But now, I make a lot of things change on the block I live on 416 Market Street. When I first day when I owned the house, it was terrible. A lot of garbage around, people broken bottles, glass bottles. And a lot of times I have to talk with people. I was like, why you guys do that? Why you throwing garbage in the street? I don't know why the city don't take care of this. People, I see a lot of people, they open the door, the cars, they open the door and throw the bottles, they throw garbage. I take a picture and I was like, I want to make like a report. It's, I don't know, the city is supposed to take care about that. These people don't respect like, and I bought the business from 4116 Market Street, and I'm trying to do my best I can. I'm working, me and my wife, we work together, and try to do the best I can. Try to help the city, keep it clean. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Miguel Garcia. I think he's the owner for MGGS Inc.
Yeah, he already spoke. Yeah.
Okay.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
So next speaker is Janet, Ms. Janet Mendoza.
She left. Next speaker.
Mr. Elvis Durham.
Madam Clerk, how many more speakers after Elvis?
After Elvis, I have 4 more speakers.
Okay, very good.
How y'all doing? This is Elvis Durham.
Welcome.
I see 2 council people is missing, but I'm gonna still speak anyway. Before I get into my announcement, I want to read this to the community. Let the dog bark at the moon, but if the moon start barking back at the dog, it will look kind of strange. To the ones that don't understand where I'm coming from, I'm going to break it down to you. Let that person go ahead and say they supported EDON production and be telling a lie and supposed to be a preacher. Let them talk about you. But if you fall into the bullcrap, you will look crazy. Keep God first, stay focused, and build an empire that they cannot control. That goes out to whoever that's not here in the seat. Elvis Durham Outreach Music Productions presents Passaic County Mega Fest. You feel me? Mega Fest. I'm looking for everyone to come out and support. The theme is The Storm is Over. Friday, Bishop Robin Garrett, October 8th, 7 p.m. Corey T., October 9th, 7 p.m. Reverend Linda McNeil, Sunday, October 10th at 4:30 p.m. And this is going to be at Redeemed Fellowship Center on 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. Pastor Brenda Davis Gilbert is the pastor. This is a 3-day event. Friday, October 8th, 7 p.m. Saturday, October 9th, 7 p.m. And Sunday, October 10th at 4:30 p.m. at Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. Pastor Brenda Davis Gilbert. And this is a EDOM production event. I just want to thank everyone that always support EDOM. To the ones that's up here, I mentioned y'all name last week. Okay, I just want to say I appreciate it. And to the ones that don't support, hey, don't hate. I don't got love. I don't got no beef. I don't got no beef for you, but I still got love for you, and I still respect you. But don't come up here and lie to the camera and say you support EDOM and you don't. God bless you, and peace, and good night, and see y'all at I will see each and every one of y'all at EDOM Production Megafest in Paterson, New Jersey. Come out and let's jam. EDOM for life.
Thank you very much.
Somebody lied
Next
to the
speaker,
Council
Madam
President.
Clerk.
Somebody lied to the camera. What's going on?
No, no. Oh, you making a special announcement? Next speaker, Madam.
Make sure we don't have another glitch on
Yes,
Facebook,
Madam
Instagram,
President.
and WhatsApp.
Next speaker, Ms. Razak, Ms. Eva.
Eva Razak.
Hi.
Good evening, Eva Razak, 388 East 35th Street, first floor, Paterson, New Jersey. Whew. First of all, I want to say, I'm glad I was here today. Second, that I want to say, thank you, thank the gentleman from the police department who had called me for putting that sign over there where it shows the speeding, and guess what? I was playing it, I was doing it with the truck to see if it takes it, and it did. So thank you. Now, that's not gonna be there for long, right? Because they're gonna be thinking of
We're gonna
doing
keep it that for
something.
longer.
For a while?
At the end,
Okay,
I want to.
okay. Also, second of all, that I wanted to say that it took me last week when I was here, I felt bad, and when I got in the car, you're gonna say, Evie, yeah, but I started crying. You're gonna say, why? I felt bad when the gentleman came up, well, he was one of them, stating how when you do so much for a city and you don't get recognized, it hurts. And it is hurtful. You know why? Because I'm one of them too. I've never been the one to come and say, hey, give me an award, give me a certificate. I've busted my butt every single day in this town since I came. And I feel bad when I hear somebody say, you guys are not looking out, or you guys are not supporting. We all have to look out for each other. Also, the other gentleman who says something about having a vision for Paterson, I don't mean to be funny, but where's the mayor? I've been coming recently too, and I don't see him here. He's the big dog here. He's the one who should be giving us answers also too. And we see, and you know what's the problem? I'm gonna say it, and I can get in trouble, but I always say, this is my day to croak, I'm going with it. But I have something to say, when you stand your ground in the city of Paterson, listen to this, you get labeled as a troublemaker. You get labeled as a big mouth, and you shouldn't get labeled. You know why? Because you're standing your ground and you're looking out for your residents. Aren't we supposed to be looking out for each other? So you know what? And Miss Kathleen Long, sometimes, and I don't mean to be funny, I know they say, they throw things at BA and stuff, and I see you and I feel your energy and I feel bad because I know that's your position. But the mayor gotta my mayor, you need to be here all the time. You need to be here. You need to be held accountable. Not run away. Not do, oh, I'm doing this and I'm doing this and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. But you need to give me chat because here's the people. We're here complaining. We're here that we're suffering. I recently went to Walgreens on the one on, is it East 18? On Madison?
18 and Ellison.
There you go. Yeah, Bobby Ellison.
On the 4th Ward, yeah.
There you go. Boom. I'm not lying. You know I'm a tough female. Some guy was stealing, and I went by behind his mom. And the guys that are working there, my minutes are up. The people that are working there telling me we're scared. This is what we come to every day. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, guys? Listen, I've been here and I'm 55 years old, and here it is. I told you what happened. I've been here since 2 years old. I ended up in this wonderful town because I gotta say it's wonderful. There's still wonderful people that care. Please, please, you city councils, instead of barking at each other and fighting with each other, let's all get together. Let's unite. Let's help. If one ward is doing bad and the other ward is doing great, let's see what we can get happening. About people going from one ward to the other and messing up the wards, you're damn right that's happening, because it's happening in my ward, and we're not taking it.
That's right.
Because taxpayers are getting taxed up, and not only that, our rents are going up. And what are we gonna tell the landlord? I ain't got it? They don't wanna hear it.
Thank you, Ms. Reza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please, 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 the city of Paterson, we're no lowlives anymore. You understand? We're not garbage. We're not. We don't need to be labeled like garbage or retards or sick people or sick Paterson. Hell no, we're not. And Ms. Lemon, my vote is for you and all my peoples too, because I heard your platform and I felt very, very attached to you. And I used to work in the Paterson Public Schools. I got in trouble a lot. That's okay. They know what time it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know Ms. Marissa, you know Miss Evie.
Thank you.
And Bobby, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And sorry for when you get in trouble, because the men, you guys just stay quiet there.
Eva, thank you so much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you.
Love you all.
Just do me a favor, try
Yes.
not to get close, because it sounds muffled, so you...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I don't have much to say other than to say good evening. Tonight was a really good meeting, very informative meeting. It's good to see you guys fighting on our behalf, so it was a really good, informative meeting tonight. I do still want to talk about the condition down at the train station. And, you know, Maritza, you work there, that area, Memorial, Ellison. It's really becoming a problem, because I'm still working from home sometimes. So I'm home, and sometimes when I come out, it's a little bad. Now with the kids there too, because Academy is open. So the schools are there, the kids are coming out, and they're going to school. And there are a lot of crazies. And there was a guy, I put a video up on, I think it was on Ernie's post, of a homeless man with a syringe in his hand, acting crazy and wild. So it's really bad at that corner around those schools.
You're talking
and that
about
train
AHA,
station.
right? Memorial.
Yes, in Market.
Market, 16.
Ellison.
Please, Madam, I'm sorry, complete.
Yeah. Okay, so it's because they're the kids. That's what I'm really worried about, is them children coming in and out of there, and sometimes you've got some kids edging them on and bothering the homeless and stirring up the trouble. So that's a problem too. I also want to talk about Hitchcliff Stadium. Mike has been very aggressive in making sure that African American and especially the minorities are well represented. And I would like to see Councilwoman Cotton as well as Ms. Mims join Mike and making sure that we are well represented on this project, okay? Because we want to make sure that minority, especially women and minority-owned businesses, are represented in this particular project because of its history and you know, who was involved in establishing and building this stadium. So we want to make sure we celebrate that history by making sure that we've got some minority-owned and women business involved, okay? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coleman. Madam BA, special attention, please. Corporation Counsel, next speaker. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I almost like you a lot.
I knew
I was looking that way. Madam Clerk.
I think this person is that Al Porter or Pastor Porter?
Okay.
Prater? Okay, sorry.
Yes,
Thank you.
good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Albert Prater. I reside at 123 Webster Avenue in Paterson in the 2nd Ward.
I have just a question about the recently storm that we was affected by. And my question is for the Councilman Khalif. I want to know when the street, they already know about the canal, about the water over by the brook. I want to know when they plan on reconstruction, the street, put sewage drain, because we don't have no sewage drain on either side of the street, all the way down to McBride, almost 500 feet without any kind of sewage drain. I want to know when they plan. They show me a plan or how they're going to solve the problem, but if I don't come down on an axe or what's going to be done, you talking about quality of life, and I try to not separate myself from one part of the city from another, but I live on a dead-end street, and I feel that I was comfortable, and you can raise a family, and you can keep your kids not being exposed from a lot of stuff. But when you live on a block with no sewage drain, any time it just rains just a little bit, or you happen to have a hurricane, you're getting flooded out your home. And your house is ruined, and it's hard to try to bounce back from recovery from that. And we're going through that for the second time through Irene and with Ida with the flood. I want to know when you plan on the city, plan on restructuring the street, put city drains down, fix the Mars Canal beside the house, and do some kind of structure that we have some kind of security that we can able to stay in our home. As far as when the taxes come, our taxes paid on time. The sewage, say I'm paying sewage taxes every 3 months, when I don't even have a sewage drain for even the essence the water go down. So I'm saying like, what I'm paying for? The water from the rain, the only excess they're supposed to have, say when the water excess go down your street, if the canal or that little brook don't hold the water or contain so much water that it comes back of itself, that's your drainage system. You got to live with it, and that's all I've been hearing for the last 8 years. I want to know what's going to be done. As they came after the day after the flood, the last time I was at the meeting, saying, we're going to be out there. They came in, showed me little plans, and act like they're going to be on the job. And after 3 weeks go by, it's back to normal again. And it just really have to stop.
Who did that?
Huh?
Who showed you plans and came out there?
State, City of Paterson, the Public Works, even the state.
Councilman, our city engineer and the DPW director went there the next morning. Couple of days after the Ida, and they're already making a plan, submitting to the state. Correct, Director? The work is in progress. We have to. It's not gonna get done
I know it's
overnight.
not overnight, but I want to make sure y'all
Right,
stay
at
on
least
top
it's getting
of it
some
and say
attention
like,
now.
So Councilman Khalid, I just
Yes,
wanted to
sir.
point something out to you, brother, and I respect and appreciate your position. I understand wholeheartedly. I'm only making this clear because we often come here not fully understanding. We put the onus where it does not belong. Although Councilman Khalid is his responsibility to advocate in your part, the administration, that full responsibility falls on him. On the administration, not him, on the administration. So you called Councilman Khalid out specifically by name, and yes, he's required to advocate, but as we all do. But whatever responsibility that has to take place, I want you to make sure that while you're addressing us and asking us, are we advocating, the administration needs to make sure they fulfill that role. That's their responsibility.
Thank you, Councilman. I have spoken to Mr. Prater many times. So work is in progress, sir. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. Last but not least, the next speaker is Twindle Prater.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Twindle Prater, 123 Webster Avenue. And I think the last time you guys saw me, I was in distress because we were just flooded out. And I mean, this is not a bashing session. We just want communication on what's going on with the brook. Because I know when we came the first time, there were a couple people, an engineer, I can't remember the other names, but they were given the impression that they were going to be very proactive and just trying to give us some help with the brook. And so we haven't heard anything. And so if someone could just communicate with us, because it is imperative that we get help with that brook so that we don't have to go through this again, because it's very exhausting. Clinique, you know, no hard feelings. You know us. You've talked to us. We know that you can't go there and build the brook, do anything with the brook by your hands. But just some communication, please, just to let us know what's going on. You know, we're in this phase of the brook. We're doing this. And I think that would be appeasing to us. And we won't have to come here every 2 weeks and stand here and just be redundant about what's going on with the brook. Secondly, I am so just overwhelmed with you guys talking about the quality of life in Paterson, because I know that truly is an issue. And I'm just going to say, for me, I think it really starts with the residents. I'm just going to say from my experience. On my street, I don't wait for street cleaners to come. If people throw garbage, anybody in my neighborhood knows I'm out there with my rake, my trash can, and my broom. I'm not going to live this way. I tell them, I don't care who threw it down there. I wasn't raised like this. I'm not going to step over garbage as I come in my house. So people as residents, you have to accept responsibility too. If you don't care, your neighbors don't care, why do you think other people are going to come in your neighborhood and care? If you see garbage littered all down the street, nobody's willing to even pick up garbage. So it really has to start with the residents. When people see you care about your neighborhood, they're not going to come there and throw trash all over. My street, nobody litters anymore because it started with me. I'll tell them, please don't throw that down there. I'm not going to live like this. But I'm just so happy to see that you guys are listening to the qualities of issues, concerns. And just my second question is, what happens with these issues? You're writing them down, what happens? That's a good question. Like this young man is talking about the train station issue. What's going to happen with that issue? It's recorded. Who's going to take leadership to have something done? Thank you.
Move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Abdulaziz and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President, before I vote, I just want a point of procedure. We're going to give our responses while we vote.
Sure. We could do
Sure?
that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give our responses to the speakers when we...
Yes.
During roll call, 2 minutes? All right,
On
thank
the
you.
roll call, on 2 minutes, you could.
Thank you, Council President. Council... No, you just...
Doesn't matter.
So, one second. We move to close the public portion, correct?
Yes, Madam President.
No. We're going to close the public portion, roll call, and you want to say something, you'll say while we're doing roll call.
Exactly.
Thank you, Council
Madam
President.
President, there's a motion and a second on the floor. May I continue?
Yes, Madam Clerk,
Yes.
roll call to close the public portion of the workshop.
Thank you. Roll call to close the public portion of the workshop session of October 5th, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So, are you going back around or?
What do you mean background? We're closing the public portion.
So very good, very good. So, Council President, Madam Clerk, I appreciate the moment. In response to several of the residents' concerns on some of the quality of life issues, we actually have to do more as a council in holding the administration accountable. Now, with that being said, Council President, I know that we talked about addressing this. And again, I'm going to reference this once again because I put forward a measure for this council to sit as a body with regard to oversight on our Board of Health. And, you know, it's very disheartening. Corporation Counsel, I think that there should be some point of clarity that you should lend to the administration relative to the council being an autonomous body. We do not fall within the purview of the administration. But I have some grave concerns, Council President, with regard to some communications that's been taking place with the employees. You know, when we talk about issuing mandates and executive orders, you know, first and foremost, I think some of us forget that this is America and it's a free country, and we have the choices to do what we please. You know, and when you talk about potentially taking the livelihood from employees, it's very disheartening. We have employees that from the DPW division that take home about approximately $400+ or $300+ per week. And now we're mandating that these employees, not only if we're telling them that if they don't get vaccinated, they have to test weekly. And then there was an order or a memo that was put out, Council President, that I think this council needs to answer to, that the city of Paterson does not render free testing. You know, that's a very concerning and very alarming memo or piece of information to put out to the public, because, you know, there may be members of the public who might potentially be have contracted the virus and decide that they don't want to get tested because they overheard the fact that we don't render free testing. And a mandate, just because there's a mandate put in place and the insurance company do not want to pay for it, now we're going to force employees to pay $100 a week and or look for alternative measures. If your job often gives you an ultimatum, they provide the solutions for you. We're telling employees that you have to go out and get your own testing, find your own testing sources, and or you
Let
will
us
not
discuss.
be paid.
We're gonna discuss that.
Okay. So, and lastly, Council President, I urge that, I know we have the Director of Housing and them waiting. I don't know what your plan is. I'm hoping that we can take that item next once we come out the public portion.
If you vote.
I'm sorry. My vote is yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, let me just address some of the comment that I hear from our member of the community on the public portion. So, but I know Ms. Eva came today just to thank about the speeding clock that we put on East 85th. I take the complaint of my constituent in the third ward very seriously, and in the entire city of Paterson, there was a speeding problem. There's a speeding problem citywide, but in the third ward on East 85th of Brilliant Avenue, we have this speed limit clock located on that corner. We're also gonna have another one on 19th Avenue and East 88 on that intersection. And we're looking forward to introduce a four-way stop sign at the DPW committee to have that discussion and move on with that to control the speeding and the accident in those locations. Definitely thank you all. And I would like to thank all the members of the community. You know, you always come here, advocate, talking about the same issues that are affecting your area when it comes to the panhandling, drug addict, and people, using drug. And now the school is open. It's just very extremely concerning having our children getting into the school in the morning, getting out in the afternoon, and all they see are those people outside, drug addict, people outside the school literally. I mean, I don't understand. I don't why the administration doesn't see that and what's going to happen. Mr. Rucker spoke very clearly about what happened in our community. I never see so many homeless, so many people panhandling in every corner, and it's against the law. It's right on the book there, and through the chair to Corporation Council, I make a request on during the first topic, which was the license, the renewal of those license. And I want to just put it on the record. If there is a legal way to have a executive closed section to have the discussion about all those businesses that are here, and the reason why I'm making this request is because I hear very sensitive information and very concerning information, knowing that if that's true, that board, the ABC board approved those licenses, having that report
Okay.
It's something that we really need to hear that, and we got to take action on that. And also, last but not least, I definitely have to congratulate, Shanique Palermo for being here. Thank you so very much. I see you out there. I see you in the community. You're doing a great job in the community. Just keep working hard, and definitely I will tell you that you got my full support. Let's make it happen. All right, let's make it happen, and let's keep fighting for our community. There's a lot of work to be done, and also,
Councilman?
Tanisha Johns. I'm almost finished, Madam President.
Councilman, your time is up, and you continue to speak. We're
Can you allow
closing.
me in closing, Madam President?
You should have closed already, but go ahead.
Thank you. Tanisha, I just want to thank you for being here at the last Board of Adjustment meeting. I came here to advocate and fight against that drug rehabilitation program that they tried to open in our community, right by the school, right by the daycare center, by our senior. We have to fight against those. I don't understand how they say that they find the right location to open those programs. Enough is enough, and we don't need more programs like those in the city of Paterson. And the power is in the people. You guys elect us to protect you and to fight for you. Don't think that the power is in the side. You have the power. Let's keep fighting. On the 14th, they're going to have another meeting, and they will let us know when they're going to have another public portion to talk about, or a special hearing to talk
Councilman
about
Mendez.
that program, okay? And I'll be here with you fighting side by side. Thank you so very much. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I'm just going to try to wrap up in 2 minutes, I believe it is. First of all, I want to say that Mr. James Fajardo's welcome to the 5th Ward. We have been having communication as a councilman that live on the next block that he has his business. Always orientate him how to conduct his business. There's a lot of things that have to be looked into, be able to make a success business. But he knows that he has my number. He could call me anytime. Mr. Irvin Durham, we always going to support you if our calendar permitted. Don't feel like we left you behind on your events. Regarding the train station, regarding the panhandlers on the train station, homeless squatters, or whatever you want to call it, Madam BA, I'm going to say we, the Public Safety Committee, took our luxury time to bring for Newark, New Jersey Transit high ranking, to have a meeting to address the situation on the train trestles on Market Street and Park Avenue section by the post office. There was pictures taken, everything was clear, everything is done, the whole week it was blasting on Facebook and this and that. This is not a one-day show. We opened the doors to have a communication with them. Now it's the responsible administration to enforce that communication keep on going, and they keep on enforcing whatever they have to do. Paterson Police was there, New Jersey Transit was there. They willing to cooperate. Let's knock the door again. Let's call them. Let's say, this is happening. Let's keep on moving forward and make sure that the train station or under it is clear. And not only that, if they see they move to another area of the train station, attack it or address it too. So that's the order item. Last but not least, and I'm going to wrap up. I was in a great place called Dominican Republic when I saw the meeting at the zoning. I have to commend all the individuals, neighbors, anyone that came here to oppose that application. I don't want to send a message that we are against a rehabilitation of individuals. My message is that whoever wants to make business in Paterson or care about Paterson, want to address the quality of life issue concerning drug addiction, opioid, or whatever it is, you need to look at the zoning, make sure it's good to be here or there or whatever, and do it the right way. So simple. There's a lot of industrial area in our city that this could fit, not have to be in a residential area. So we support rehabilitation, but the right way and the right zoning. Saying that, Council President, thank you for the opportunity, and let's keep on moving forward. I hope the BA wrote the notes regarding the
Your
train
vote?
station.
Your
Yeah.
vote?
My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
So I think everyone saw here we had a very healthy conversation, at least on this side. I'm not going to go on we had quite a few speakers. You all know that I stand firm when I take an action. I am a person of my word. I'm not a flip-flopper. And the administration is fully aware of a lot of the things that were spoken about today, specifically to public safety, specific to quality of life. I've been doing for years, but more now even in my role as council president. Shaniqua Lemon, young lady, if there's one thing to me that's very important is when you actually meet someone that you can identify with and that you can truly say that your passion shows, you definitely have a purpose. I'm never gonna forget Grandparents' Day at Eastside Park. I met you over a year ago and did not give you the support, okay? We didn't have the opportunity to talk, and I had already had the candidates that I was working with. What I love about you is that you continue to be persistent, you keep it clean, honest. I believe that you are favored. I believe that you are a woman of faith and that you stand by your word. Your word is everything. My mom used to say, you don't have to have anything, okay? Your word is important. And I've seen that, I've seen the passion, and I'm looking forward. I said to you that my support is not just by a Facebook post. It is not by word, it is by action. I look forward, as I told you, I'm not dropping the mic on November 2nd. We're dropping the lemons. Okay, so with that said, I fully support you, and I as well support number 2 and number 4. And when they come before me, I will say their names. But right now, you are the only one in this room, and I just truly, from the heart, I tell you that I look forward to that win on November 2nd. Why you interrupted me in this?
I wanted you to let everybody know that I'm supporting Ms. Lemon as well.
Oh, okay, okay. So see, you can interrupt me for that. What's the number again?
1G.
Okay. Anyway, so once again, to the community, to the business owners that were here today, I was approached outside, and I only took the break because after sitting here for 5 hours, I should be able to proceed to the restroom. And I just want to make it clear to everyone, as I told the gentleman, I'm not here to close anyone's business, okay? I am not here, I am here to defend the rights of the people that put me in this seat. And this is, to me, it's about quality of life. Our residents should not have to be woken up to parties and cars and smoking, and you have it after parties 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Absolutely not. So with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public portion is now closed for the workshop session of October 5th, 2021.
Thank you very much. So, council members, if I may just quickly, okay, all of the first reading ordinances are going to move for first reading for next week.
Council President,
Councilman Velez?
I just want to have a request as the chairperson of committee. I need, director is not here. He left?
Is Director Rodriguez in the hallway?
Madam President,
Oh.
number 5 is okay for second
Were
reading.
you drinking my coffee? So, Director, Councilman Velez, no, we right now are in first reading ordinances, and I said we were going to proceed with 6 through 16, but Councilman Velez has a question?
Yeah, in the committee meeting, there was a concern. I know that I was I was absent one of the committee meetings that was preceded by one of my colleagues, but there was a recommendation on one, I believe is 15 and 16, regarding the engineering. Han Chow stated that based on the data of accident was not needed, okay? So can you verify that email with him again? Because I know he forwarded to the requester was Councilwoman Mims, and I ordered a traffic study as soon as I saw the email. I was hoping that based on her statement regarding 100 people calling or the numerous accidents, the report comes confirming that.
Okay.
But.
So which items were it?
I think it was 15 or 16.
It was one of the 8,000.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, 16.
Correct. I'm not saying I
Oh, wait a minute,
remove
no. 15 is the one on 8th Ave, and
Yeah.
then 16 is 9th Ave.
it. Correct. I
So
think,
is it 15 and 16 or just 15?
can you verify both of them? Yes. I'm not saying I'm gonna remove it from first reading. I just want to have the right statement. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay, very good. So Councilman Velez, as the Chair of Public Works, we're going to move forward, Madam Clerk and council members. 6 through 16 will go for first reading,
Correct.
okay? Number 5 will go for second reading?
Number what?
5, I'm sorry, I meant to say number,
Number
Sorry.
5.
no, 5.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, okay, I was right, okay. So at this time, I want to, I know that Councilman Velez, you are the chairman for statutory
Correct. I would like to entertain.
agencies, and at this time, I really want to entertain 35, 36, and 37,
Correct.
as we barely have our Director of Housing here with us, okay?
Correct.
Which I am going to just let you know on record, okay, that anything pertaining to your area, I would love to see you more here in our council, okay? I do apologize, I tried as best to keep directors, but today was a very important meeting that I think we really needed to have, all right? So with that said, we have 35, 36, and 37, and how are we gonna proceed? So, which one?
What happened?
It's 35, 36, and 37.
35, 36, and 37, they all of them are resolutions.
Okay, so Councilman Jackson, I know that you had pointed out there was something, on which one of these is the one that you wanted to speak on first?
Correct.
Madam President.
35.
Is it the HUD one, the 37, the resolution authorizing the City of Paterson Housing Authority as the HUD Certified Housing Counseling Agency
No.
for the residents of the City of Paterson and Passaic County? So 35, resolution endorsing housing need for 134 unit.
Correct.
Christopher Hope Townhouse renovation project by Christopher Associates 2020 LLC. So, oh, we have visitors here. I didn't know that. All right, so, Madam Director, as you can present first.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay.
Good evening.
So, joining me this evening is Israel Roisman, the developer of the Christopher Hope development, and also the developer for the scattered site resolution that's in front of you. Jeff Zinn represents the organization, and also tonight, chairperson Michael McDuffie accompany us. So the resolution, you want to read the resolution of need for both? And then we can have questions.
Sure. Thank you. Council members, so we're requesting a resolution endorsing the housing need for the Christopher Hope renovation project and for the scattered sites project by Paterson Associates 2020. These are both existing developments that were constructed 20 years ago, and they are in need of redevelopment. And the Roisman Development is the redeveloper who has developed these properties, has arranged financing through HUD and through HMFA so that these will be gut rehabilitations.
Not gut.
Well, I'm going to explain.
John, he's gonna handle it.
Mayor and council member, do the council members have these?
John.
Okay, because we could. Okay. Well, those, anyhow, these go through that,
I don't have it, so.
oh, can I?
Yes, here. Sure, yeah.
I think it's on the side next to your desk.
Can we give it to you?
You can take some.
So, we're talking about 313 units in total, probably 1,000 people who will stand to benefit from homes that will be rehabilitated. And we talk about in here the types of things that'll be done: new windows, new siding, new kitchen cabinets, countertops, new energy efficient windows, flooring, lighting fixtures, star appliances, these type of things. And all we're asking for is simply a resolution of need so that we can present it to the HMFA, because that's a prerequisite to the HMFA financing. This is not asking any commitment financially from the city of Paterson. The financing is lined up through HUD and through HMFA, and all we're asking for is a simple resolution of need so that we can get the HMFA financing and renovate these 313 units.
Council President?
1 second. I'm sorry, you know, as council president, you got people that come by me and speak to me, and so I'm not sure if you answered this question and I wasn't paying attention.
Sure.
When was the last time this establishment had any renovations done?
When was the last time, well, they were constructed in 2000.
No, I know, the question was, when was the last time there were any renovations
When
done?
was the last, aside from routine maintenance?
There was no renovation done.
That's what I wanted to hear. There was no renovation, so it's been 21 years.
Yes.
Because that's a simple
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So you stated it was 300 plus units?
Yes.
What's the total amount of the construction cost for 300 plus units?
The average cost per unit.
You said you have funding. You said the funding is
Please
already
speak
in
into the
place.
mic when asked the question, and you're going to answer, please.
So you said, the gentleman stated that the funding was already in place, HMFA and HUD.
No, I
so
thought
on.
I heard him say that he needs a letter of support so then they can go
Correct.
to
He
apply for
said-
the
He said the
HMFA
funding
money.
is already in place. And he said
That's not what I heard.
A portion,
Okay, please be
there
clear.
is different part of financing on this deal. There is a construction loan that is being established after they know that we have the bond resolution that is being passed by the New Jersey HMFA.
Okay.
The bond resolution is going to the board in December, the end of November, and if we, this is a part of the bond resolution that we need to present to the state agency.
Okay, so once again, the question is, in order to put forward a bond application or any application for funding for a loan, you already know what the requested amount is. How much is the projected cost of full construction for 300 and plus units?
The cost of the bond resolution is on one partnership 11 million, and on the second partnership 14 million. That's only to cover construction costs.
So when I saw the application, it was 20 million for 134 units. Now you're saying there's 300, you have two separate pieces here, so it's 20 million for 134 units, correct?
You saw $20 million.
For 134 units.
There is soft cost, there is architect, there is engineering.
We understand there's cost, obviously there's a cost of doing business. The question was, is it 20 million for 134 units?
I cannot give you, I didn't know that I have to bring the
Where
numbers
are you getting
with
these
me.
numbers from, Councilman Jackson?
I did not bring with me the numbers and nobody requested me to bring the numbers.
I'm sorry, but if I may, you're coming before this council to present something for support. You should have those numbers. That is part of if we want to move forward to give the support or not. So with that said,
I apologize, but
that's okay. But just understand this council, you know, you almost got to be like, and director, you should be the one preparing them to say, I know what this council may be asking for, so they can be prepared. So, Councilman Jackson,
Council
where did you get
President.
the 20 million from?
Well, we had a discussion where it was presented
Statutory
in our
in committee?
committee's meeting, correct. And I'm familiar with the project because it's the same project that cost $90 million to construct for the same 134 units. I'm very familiar with this facility because it's various scattered around the First Ward. These are the old Christopher Columbus projects, and now which is considered Christopher Hope, which this application has been brought before the Housing Authority, and you know, it brings me great disappointment. So I'm asking the gentleman if he can clarify. I mean, you should know there's a great deal of funding being spent, and you don't have an idea what the construction cost is for $134 million. I know it's $20 million. Can you confirm or deny that it's $20 million for 134 units?
no, 434 is not $20 million. For 179 units, it's close to $20 million.
179?
479?
You have two partnerships there. You have 179 unit called Paterson, a grade of Paterson Associate, and you have 134 that is Christopher Columbus. So because there was two partnership on this site. One is scattered site, 40 units on Van Outen, elderly, 69 units on Sandy's Court, and 70 units in north of Maine. That's 179. 134 is across the street of Temple site that is townhouses, and we are planning to renovate all of them. And an average of construction per unit, average is $90,000 per unit.
90,000 per unit?
Council President.
One second, Councilman, you don't mind, please.
All right, with Councilman Jackson, I'm going to allow you. You are the first ward councilman, but I also want you, and you can come back. Councilman Mendes has asked for the floor, Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilman
Okay, very
Velez.
good.
So I'm going to, no, go ahead and complete this question, right? And then and then we'll come back.
Okay, so I'll ask a question and I'll point out some concerns. Of I know you have multiple sites. Is it separate management companies for multiple sites or one management company?
It's the management company that I am the president of that is managing the two different partnerships.
How many Paterson residents do you employ?
Say it again?
How many Paterson residents do you employ?
Every employee of the management company is a Paterson resident.
Every employee is a Paterson resident? Those people who work at 60 Temple that came out and instructed that the health department was unable to use the sidewalk there, those are Paterson residents?
I apologize, Mr. Jackson. I don't know what you're talking about.
So how many residents do you employ? If you
How
say
many residents?
Correct.
Throughout the United States or only at Paterson?
How many Paterson residents do you employ under this management company that's managing multiple sites with a number of different units that you're collecting rent on month to month within the city of Paterson? How many Paterson residents do you employ?
I don't know exactly,
Can you
but
approximate?
it's between 5 to 9 people.
5 to 9 people, okay. So, council members, here's my concern, and 5 to 9. we've gone through this the last time the gentleman came here. He doesn't have very many good things to say about me, I guess. But my concern is we had a $90 million initial construction cost, all which was completely funded by HUD, HMFA, what our housing department, housing authority would normally utilize the funding for. So at the 134 units, and he just expressed that they're 179, so that number slightly changed. We're talking about an average of $600,000 plus per unit to construct.
Mr. Jackson, I would like to correct your assumption, because this is not correct what you just said.
So correct me.
$90 million is the total development cost of Riverside. Nothing to do nothing to do with what we are here for. What we are here, for.
I'm sorry, sir. You can speak when I ask you to. You're not going to speak over me, because I'm clear on that. I'm not going to let you mislead. What the $90 million was the initial construction cost for this project.
No.
Correct? What was the initial construction cost? What was the
the original?
Correct.
What, 20 years ago?
20 years ago.
I cannot give you the number. I have to go back.
It was $96 million.
No, it was not.
So how much was it?
But that's okay.
How much was it?
Mr. Jackson, if I knew that you want to know information 20 years ago, I would be more prepared.
Well, no. What you should know is that I'm responsible to the residents of the city of Paterson, and when I visit the sites, because I'm very much so aware. When I look at and I take the photographs of the sites of Fifth Avenue, which is a $90 million project, and I look at the materials that are being utilized there, the chipboard that's being put on the roof. I mean, you can just Google it. See, this is for people to understand. And what I would like to do is introduce the public to one of the largest, I don't want to speak derogatory, but a person that has taken complete advantage of the community. The board that you're using, one of the biggest disadvantages of chipboard is that it naturally has a tendency to draw in moisture. And this board is being utilized on the roof. When I'm looking through the photographs here, and I'm looking at a national average, I just built a house which cost me about roughly over $100,000 per unit. And within those units, they all have granite countertops. They all have extensive dimmers, the electronic dimmers that are $38 a piece. When I walk through those units that you put in there, the switches that are used are 79-cent switches. So what I'm talking about is the cost for construction and the cost in which is going into these projects, and where is this money going? Because there's been absolutely no maintenance over the last 21 years, and the conditions that people are living in is absolutely deplorable. I just visited some residents in there, and this woman is crying. She's being forced to move out of a house where mushrooms are growing under her carpet, where mold has been developing within her facility.
I'm not going to accept it, because we brought in an engineer.
Here.
You have pictures that are incorrect. I saw these pictures.
I have a video of the young lady who interviewed, and I will post it to your social media page if you would like me to.
Mr. Jackson, for 20 years, every time I came in front of you, you have something negative to say about me.
I wasn't here for 20 years. I haven't been here for 20 years, and I can't help it that I'm a little more aware of things than other people. I would have never have voted in favor of that project for $600,000 per unit, even right now. So it's a $90 million project. How many units are in the Fifth Avenue development? Just a simple question.
No, 1 second.
How many units?
He asked a question. On Fifth Avenue, we have 80 units elderly, and we have 165 units townhouses.
So total 165 and 80, that is a total of 245. $90 million, very simple mathematics, people. By the 245 is $260,000 per unit. The average construction cost nationally, the Trump Towers has constructed their units slightly over the amount that you're building over there. Now, I'll give you credit. I will. I have to give credit because I did go through the Fifth Avenue development. There is a slight upgrade to what was done at Christopher Hope. There's quartz countertops. The cabinets are the lowest grade cabinets that you can buy. The fixtures, there's non-existent. How do we put people into an apartment where the bedroom doesn't even have a light?
Isn't the city of Paterson that reviewed the specs and plans the one that approved what we are doing there?
Councilman Jackson, who's overseeing this project?
Housing Authority. The Housing Authority is overseeing it.
No, the city of Paterson also oversees it.
Yes, what do you mean they know they're not? They're the stewards of housing. They've created this partnership.
Right.
So who's overseeing it, Councilwoman?
The state of New Jersey, HMFA,
Yes.
and HUD, and the city of Paterson.
Absolutely.
Correct.
They're the
Correct.
three
But the state
elements that are approving what I am submitting. I don't come there with a contractor and tell them build whatever you want to do. I don't.
We know that. Contractors don't do that. The way they cut costs is they look at if there's 1,000 switches, I'm not going to put a decent switch in there. We'll put a 79-cent switch in there. If there's lumber that's supposed to be utilized on the roof, that should be plywood that's rated for roofing. No, we're gonna cut that because listen, I went and did a full, trust me, I'm gonna release a full video. The plywood that should be utilized on that roof is $36 a board. The roofing material you use is $16 a board.
Okay.
That's a substantial difference when you're building a facility of that size. What I'm talking about is making sure that Paterson residents get something that's suitable in quality that does not have to, because guess what? If we did the maintenance...
You don't have another development like mine in the city of Paterson.
Are you kidding me?
You don't. I'm not kidding. You do not have another development like mine in the city of Paterson.
You can utilize the microphone, Madam Director. I'm sorry, so the public can hear you. Can you utilize the microphone?
Council members, we came before you tonight, and we know that over time, Councilman Jackson, there have been videos and other media pieces on the Riverside and what's going on. There are agencies that have oversight and report and make certain that everything is fine. We have confidence that that's the case and we're getting the money's worth. The city is benefiting from the development. The resolution of need is for the upgrade of units that has been built for at least 21 years.
Amen.
And Zen mentioned what would go into these units. This is nothing that's new. We've had a facility that we have oversight in terms of the management of their vouchers on East 27th Street that went through the same process. It's just that this need will cover 134 public housing units. The other 179 are market rate type units in the city. So there's some benefit to the overall city in terms of affordability. That's what we're here for tonight. The developer has gone out and secured his own funding for this project. There's no housing authority monies involved in it in terms of the construction. So again, we ask for your support for the resolution of need, which is part of the funding package that will be reviewed by the HFMA. We can sit and talk about what's being built in Paterson, who's building what, who's using what, but we know in 21 years, the construction of the Christopher Columbus community, crime has gone down in that community. If we look at the stats that the police give us each year to send to the state, it consistently goes down, and you should be proud. That's your award. Secondly, those units have withstood all of the flooding, the rain, disasters in that area, and they are still there. It's just time for us to freshen it up, rebuild it, and folks could go on. We know about the incident about the mushroom. When we went to see the mushroom, it was gone. And the developer did relocate that family and put them in a hotel to do. This past summer, we looked at replacing the air conditioner, which could have caused some moisture. Everyone knew about it. Everyone was given notice. No one is about doing things that would somehow hurt the residents of this town.
Council
I
President,
think that, and I'm done, and I'm done. I think that.
I'll be very brief. And I respect that and I appreciate that, Director.
1 second,
President.
Councilman Jackson. I just took a break.
Yes,
I've been here since 5.
I know.
I just took a break, right? And I came back and I had my vice president, I said Mendez, and then it was supposed to be Abdelaziz. And so you were talking that whole time?
No, no, I haven't been.
No, I didn't say you. I just want to be able, I want other council members to be able to have the opportunity. So,
Thank
So
you.
let me just wrap then, because I'm not gonna.
Councilman Kalik.
We've been talking about housing authority for months. They're here. We need to take our time, we need to discuss the issues that we have. You know, some of the issues are here. So we should not, I think we should not time limit our council colleagues. We should let everybody speak.
Absolutely.
It's a workshop. If we gotta go to 2 o'clock in the morning, let's do it. So we don't talk about it every other week.
Okay,
Thank you,
so Councilman, thank you very much. With that said, Councilman Jackson, I'm going to allow Councilman Mendez, Councilman Abdelaziz, and then we're going to bring it back to you, okay?
Thank you, Madam
Councilwoman
President.
Mims, and then Cotton.
Good evening, Director, to the
Yes.
developer. Welcome to the council. I just gotta have a couple of questions.
Okay.
And let me reframe. The total amount of units, 313 in total, including all the different
Sites.
sections, all the different sites. Is that correct, right? And the total amount of funding, what's the total amount for the 113 unit in total? That's questions to the developer.
We have a bond issue of 11 million on 100. That's the bond issue of 11 million in Christopher Columbus, 134 units. On the top of the 134 that nobody wants to remember, there is a community space there that we are spending another 400,000 to refreshen up this space. Where on the top of it there is another 13 or 14 million dollars, and I apologize I don't have the numbers here, of a bond issue on the 179 units. So you have the 179 units and you have 134 units. We need a resolution of need on the 134 units. That's what we are asking from both sides. Okay.
Okay, let me go. The next question that I have is, you mentioned there's no tax abatement. We don't have currently any tax abatement currently in those sites.
We are not asking for any tax abatement.
Thank you for that. Okay. So the third question that I have, and I don't want to get into the detail, into construction detail, but because I know that HUD and HMFA, monitor that, and you have to be in compliance with it. I don't want to get in detail with that, but I'm very excited to see the director here. You know, I've been calling a lot to the department, and this goes to the developer too. And I would like to talk to you about the problem that I'm currently have as a councilman of the Third Ward. And Fifth Ave project is right in the Third Ward. I'm excited to see that completed. Is on the way. We already have residents living there. They're very excited about the construction, and I'm looking forward to see this redevelopment because the tenant, they're very happy. They're waiting to see that renovation with this project. Now, you spoke about the company, the maintenance, the management company that will be on charge and on top of this project, Fifth Ave. Right now, I have a problem with Heritage Place. I know you're not the developer of Heritage Place. You're not Penn's Road. I understand that. And I've been calling the director in numerous occasions because the contract that we received, once we finish the agreement, the agreement on the contract is totally different of what they're doing right now. For example, they are in the contract say that they have to provide 24/7 security to the site. They only doing 24 hours a week. There's a lot of things that are not in compliance. As a councilman, I would like to have that direct communication with the director, with the entity that will be in charge of the project, because I cannot see that happening on Fifth Ave project. And I request a meeting with the director to address Heritage Place and all the situation that has been going on there. So, director, we definitely need a shared services agreement one side, but I need that line of communication with you, with all the side that I have in the Third Ward, and I know all the council members, they might have other questions, but I definitely need that communication to be open, amongst us.
I promise we will get that moving, Councilman,
Thank-
at the Heritage, yes.
I don't have any more questions.
Thank you very much, Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So, Madam Director, to the developers and to the Chair of the Housing Authority, thank you for being here. So I got to concur with the councilman from the First Ward. Whatever, if this goes through, we do use top quality materials, so it lasts longer and our residents get the best bang for their buck, right? I'm not a construction official. I'm not going to tell you what plywood, what tie. That's not me. But the residents of Paterson, Madam BA, when our construction officials review it, we should make sure that we are getting the best materials possible, even if it cuts on the profit margins across the board. But my question is this, to Madam Director, probably to your Chair. For this development, how did you select these units? Why these units? Out of all the units, why these units? I guess that's going to the Housing Authority. Or why these specific units?
These units were part of the original Hope 6, and HUD has the program, rental demonstration program, that allow housing authorities and their partners to provide, and we may think of it as enormous amounts of monies for rehab. So there's this HUD program that allow us to do the rehab at a level that it could last another 15, 20 years.
So this was built in 2000, correct? The first one?
That was done
20 years ago. This was built in 2000. So my gripe that I have, in with all due respect to these establishments, we have 188 unit senior housing in Atlantic Street that we're the owner. We're the owner. The Housing Authority is the owner. These properties that we're going to renovate, who's the owner of these properties? Is it the house of the Christopher Hope and the other ones that you're renting? So you're the owner. So I have a 188 unit complex that was built in 1966, right? 1966, 188 plus senior citizens on Atlantic Street. Why aren't we using funds to renovate our projects, the ones that we own, where the elevator doesn't work? I've shown you.
Don't be backing up from me.
So this is not to the developer. This is to the Housing Authority.
Council and administration. For our 6 senior buildings, we're doing the same type of renovation for Maciello. We are redoing, yes.
When is that coming through the line?
Why haven't we heard about it?
Because I didn't have to come before the council because we own it. But
But who's fixing it? What's the timeline on that?
we
It's a
have,
program. Can I help you for a second? There is a program that HUD
You need to speak into the microphone.
The program that HUD came out, it's called RED program. The RED program allows you
To privatize public dollars.
no, it's not the private.
No, it's
Let-
not.
let him
The RED program changes the funding that comes to the housing authority. The housing authority up to now is getting what we call operation funds, and they get capital funds. Congress stopped with the capital fund. What they said, we will replace the operation fund to the RED, and the capital fund will stop. That's mean now you can take the operation fund and finance it. And that's what we are doing now, is doing a
Mr.
refinancing of the
And-
deal so we can do the work that needs to be done.
I understand that. And what I'm trying to say is, if I have a building that's built in 2000 and another building that was built in 1966, sometimes one from 1966 needs to come first and get done first.
But you
Let's-
can do it now.
Excuse me?
You can do it.
Well, it's not in front of me.
We're on track.
It's not in front of me.
We are on track to do the renovation of our 6 senior buildings. We went
What's
out.
the
We
timeline?
went out with a request for proposal. We have an architect who's working on drawings. We have a financial consultant who's helping us put it together in terms of financing the work that's going to be needed. Over the last 21 years, we've saved some dollars so that we could upgrade our facility. So our time frame is that we were planning on going to HUD early spring for approval of the financial package. But since these buildings were built in the 60s, some in the 70s, that we're finding things out that we need to go back and investigate, redraw, move around. So we will probably close with HUD on our financial package sometime early summer.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, one second, Councilman.
I'm gonna wrap up.
1 second, 1 second.
Can I make?
No, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay,
I
go
want to
ahead.
address the director.
Yes, ma'am.
You just made a statement that really, to me, is alarming. That so you're just finding out, so from 1966 till now, you're just finding out that some of these housing-owned senior buildings have issues?
No, we know of issues, but.
No,
when I-
that's what
no,
you just said. We
When
can
I
roll back the tape. You just said that we're just finding out. And so to me, I agree with Councilman Abdelaziz and with Councilman Jackson. I truly think, why are we not taking care, okay, of the most vulnerable?
The issues that I was alluding to were things such as environmental, underground stuff, but in terms of the physical building and the infrastructure, we know of those things. So we were first to say, let's use the RAD program to do these upgrades. So we're getting new elevators, we're getting new lobbies, we're getting more handicap accessible doorways, we're getting new kitchens. So we're getting a more functional, attractive space for our seniors.
Okay.
But Councilman Abdelaziz just said, why are we doing this? Now, granted, I lived in the First Ward for 26 years. I was going up Temple Street every day to get to my home, and I saw the project, and I also know how it was affected. I believe it was Hurricane, was it Irene? Irene, right? So understanding the flood zones, the flood issues and all of that, I understand. I actually know quite an amount of people who live in Sandy's Court. I've been to their apartments and I've seen some of, where here it is 21 years, but I want to take it back to what Councilman Abdelaziz referred to in terms of that we own, meaning the housing authority owns, okay, and that our most vulnerable live in these developments and are not being taken care of first. So that in itself, to me, is an issue. Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilman Abdulaziz,
May I
if you-
say something?
If it's not referring to, because you're not going to make a statement based on something that
No,
you're not
I might
part
make a
of.
statement that Mr. Jackson will be very happy to hear.
Go ahead.
No,
This is the last time I'm doing a development here, so.
so, Madam President,
Councilman, I'm sorry, Councilman, it's very, can I just say something? That was so arrogant.
No, that was.
No, that was so arrogant. And I just want to say this, I take
Condescending
offense.
after he made a $15 million developer's fee on this
I
project.
apologize if.
Plus,
if
let's talk about the $15 million developer's fee. Let's talk about the money off the extraordinary amount of money he made off
All
the
right.
construction.
Councilman Jackson, let Councilman
I'll let-
Abdulaziz complete.
Yeah, let
so,
me get that.
so,
We're talking without time. The RAD program only came about, say, 3 years, 4 years ago. So this hasn't been something that has been in the closet. We've been getting operating subsidies through the capital fund program that we've made improvements over time. But this is massive in terms of overall. There've been improvements each and every year when we receive capital fund, and not at the level that we could do everything. So we did prioritize what would be done.
well, that's, you just said something that's really shows where the disconnect is. The
Right.
priority, right? And Madam Director, I mean this with all due respect. We got to take care of what we own first before we take care of the ones that we don't own. I have 188 plus seniors that walk 14 flights of stairs when that elevator is broken. You know it breaks a lot. So when I get something in front of me that's $20+ million and not 1 ounce of that renovation is on there, and I'm sorry if this is your last development, so when you guys go, somebody else will come put this program and proposal together. But we own these buildings, and what shocks me is I have 2 senior sites in my ward, right? You would think one senior building is Franklin Lakes, and the other one is Camden, New Jersey. Maurice J. Brick is a private residency of 70+ people. You go into that building, if anyone's walked into that building on Day Street, the residents in there have wills for years to give it to their family members. And then when I go 4 blocks up to Atlantic Street that we own, it's a disaster. Hallways smell like urine. Elevators not broken. Illegal dumping. What shows, you guys, what shows the priority, if this was going on for 3 years, the proposal should have been the ones we own.
I want you to be aware that my financing does not interfere with the 180 units. Nothing to do.
So I know what you're financing. This is what your financing does, right? Your financing does it. I know you got nothing to do, and that's the problem. You want us to put your financing first so we fix your apartments while the residents that live in the ones that we own, and it's good for you. That's not your problem. So what we should do is take this $25 million, bring in another developer that's going to come fix our house first, and then we'll revisit your application afterwards.
Okay, so
Would that be fair?
Councilman,
there's
the
no
housing, there's no connection with the 2 programs, with the 2 stuff. We have our own monies that we've been saving for the last 21 years to do this renovation.
So you said you got your own monies. I'm sorry, Council President, because they're saying, so the developer just told me, Councilman Jackson, how much was it to renovate how much is it to renovate 179 units?
20 million.
What's for this project, the 179 here? Now they got me worked
Councilman
up.
Abdulaziz, just so you know, I asked the gentleman, and he did not bring his
Approximately
numbers, so
for
he's
the
not
179.
prepared to answer those questions.
And it's not to them. Approximately how much for the 179, approximately, please? To renovate the 179 units, how much did you say? Approximately. It's not even
approximately between $85,000 to $90,000 a unit.
So you just said you have your own monies, meaning the housing authority. So you have $85,000 for 188 units to renovate? I don't want you to say I'm going to come fix the elevator. I want a mass renovation for every unit like these are ones getting.
Okay, guys,
I know,
Stop.
sir.
Overall, the renovation that we're doing at Masiello may not be as extensive as the developer is doing on his property, but we have Kitchen Associates who's doing the design, and we just went through a total environmental situation. We may have to
Okay.
go and get some gap financing, but our financing we use as the basis for doing our
So,
6
okay,
units.
so as,
Councilman.
and that's, I'm
Can I-
done, Council
Council
President.
President.
Council President, I'm finished. I just heard on the record, it's not gonna be as extensive as this one. So let's really fix up the public, the privately owned things and throw
We have
the peanuts to the ones that we own.
So, Council President,
Thank you, Council President.
Madam Director, if you don't mind. Just one moment. I want to lend some clarity. I apologize, Mr. Roisman. Mr. CFO, are these properties at full taxation?
They're pilot.
He just said he didn't have a pilot.
No,
He just said he
you're
didn't have a
asking
pilot.
me?
I am not asking.
Okay, so, all right, I'm sorry. I wanted to clarify, I know there was a pilot. I wanted the community to understand that he says he's the owner of something that does not pay full taxation to, right? Let me lend some further clarity. He has a 5,000 person waiting list for vouchers. So almost 98% of his apartments are voucher paid. And those vouchers are paid at a value of 110 or 120% on the dollar.
Hold on,
Which is it?
Councilman, that
Yes.
all of the,
All of the residents that live in these facilities have attached project-based vouchers. And those vouchers are
I
paid.
know quite a
at-
few people that live there that don't
Yes,
have.
I understand.
Okay.
I didn't say 100%. I said there's a 90% of the units, there's project-based vouchers. And there's a waiting list of people waiting to get into these facilities. As the same in Fifth Avenue, as the same in Alabama, there's people who are waiting to get an apartment. They're project-based vouchers. So here you have a private developer who's collecting 120% of the value. Now, if I owned a house, I just want to lend some clarity to Councilman Abdelaziz. If I owned a house and I had tenants, I don't wait 20 years to get a grant to go fix up. When they have issues, I take it from the rent that they're paying and I go do the repairs. We're talking 20 years. I would like any of you to do a tour with me and let's go look at some of these facilities and the conditions that they're in. And why are we waiting 20 years? Let me lend this last piece of clarity. The RAD agreement, which all of you remember when I went through this with Coat Arms, I did the extensive research. The RAD agreement was the federal government allowing public housing institutions to create public-private partnerships. He's not the owner. He has a long-term partnership agreement. We still own these facilities. He has a long-term partnership agreement in which he's able to capitalize and get this funding that housing is also entitled to use. So housing has the option. They can go out, receive this funding, put forward the work, but yet they choose to partner with someone private who walks away with the developer's fee. My last question, Madam Director, is there a developer's fee for this additional money? Forget the $15 million that he walked away with when he first did the project and the $12 million he's getting at Fifth Avenue. Is there a developer's fee for this $20 million repair?
There will be a development fee.
Correct. There's a developer's fee.
Okay.
There
So
will
it's
be
being
a
done with
development
incentive.
fee. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Jackson, I want to explain to you that if you're talking about the RED program, on the 134 units in Christopher, only 34 units are connected to the RED program. 100 units are market rate units.
Okay. Councilman Mendez.
And that I can show it to you.
They ain't spoke already, Councilman Mendez?
So that's even worse.
My
That means
apologies.
residents are
It was
paying.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
My apologies.
I didn't want to take Councilman Mendez's thought, but I just want to make sure that it was for last. First of all, Director, who's in the deed of those property? The housing or the gentleman? The deed, the deed.
Who's on the deed?
Who's on the deed in that property?
The partnership that we created.
No, that's general, sir, that's general word. Partnership that we created. Who are the partnership?
I am the co-general partner of the partnership.
You are partner, you are owner of the property.
Co-owner.
Okay, who's the owner of the property entirely? Christopher Hope and Kathy Court or whatever?
The land belongs to the housing authority with the grant. Christopher Hope, Christopher Columbus, is a
Christopher Columbus is owned by the Housing Authority. It is under a long-term ground lease to the developer. The scattered sites, yes, the scattered sites are owned by the developer.
Okay, so
And-
I had to
and-
support.
and the Housing
okay.
Authority, I believe, is a
See, this is question that we somehow, Councilman Jackson, ourselves did in the statutory committee meeting. Who was the owner of what, and who was not the owner of what? And Director, if it refresh my mind, you say that the city of Paterson do not own Christopher Hope, do not own that project. That only the land belonged to the city of the Housing Authority. Now he's saying that the Housing Authority is the owner of Christopher Hope. Now, and I have to support the statement of my councilman Al Delasi, mostly like we sometimes I plead the fifth on it. Why thinking first? Okay, now you both own our senior building, and now it's clear that you own the Christopher Hope. Why not take the priority of 19 whatever it is 67 it was built, okay, and do all this resolution on the 6 or 8 buildings that we have, okay, and take care of those first, because if you're gonna compare the usage of the buildings, so Christopher Hope don't have elevators. Our seniors had to use elevators. If you look at the windows of the senior buildings, Christopher Hope do not have those type of windows, and the heating sources, it's not the same of the buildings. So if you look at, especially in COVID-19, those seniors went through hardship and situation regarding elevators, safety, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I'm a discovery individual. So when I was in the meeting, and I believe Councilman Jackson could recall this, Madam Director, we requested, and I know you put it on your notes, to bring the scope of work and the value of the work that was going to be performed there. The scope of work and the value. And I requested a before and after picture of the unit. So in other words, a before, now of the bathrooms, a before of the buildings. So you presented us a nice, beautiful PowerPoint paper here, okay? That names Greater Paterson Development, Christopher Cove Townhouse, and I started looking one by one, and when the part it says existing entry condition, and you took a picture of that, existing kitchen condition, and you took a picture of that, existing handicap kitchen, okay, and so on and so on. So I went and stopped where it says proposed exterior finish. Okay? You never show me a picture after how the bathroom is going to look. But you did a proposal building a unit finish, but you did put a picture of proposed exterior finish and proposed exterior finish from the project. Now, I went to the famous female Google map, and the picture that you're showing, giving us as a proposal exterior finish, is the same one they have now. It's the same one. No. If you tell me you're gonna propose exterior finish, that means the finish has to be state of the art. The 1.5, I went to the Columbus site right now on Google. It's the same window, the same windows, the same color, the same finish, the same door. If you're gonna tell me this is the finish, the new one, why is looking at the same one that we
I
have now?
apologize, but I cannot see so far away.
I'm sorry, isn't that what didn't you prepare that for us?
He's on Google Maps, Council President. I'm sorry, this is your picture that you say you're proposing a new front of the building. I went to Google Map,
Yeah.
But
and it's the same thing.
no, that's not the same thing.
Sir, listen, you're not gonna tell me it's the same thing? Ladies and gentlemen, the same color and everything. Come on, let's be honest here, okay?
So one second. This meeting is still getting out of control. It's out of control. It's out of control.
Well,
Just
Council
for the
President.
record, Councilman Bellis,
Yes.
I'm gonna have you finish, but I just wanna make a statement. When you Google properties, they look nicer on Google than they do in real person, because I just told you, lived in the area for many years, and I was just there literally last week, okay? That picture don't look, no, the current picture, that Google picture does not look what it currently looks like right now.
It's some improvements on the facade and the doorway, but I just wanted to comment.
One second, Director, I have to let Councilman Velez finish his statement.
This is simple and easy, and Council President, when you stated this is getting out of control, let the record reflect, and the audience out there, is not because us. It's the way that, and with all respect of your experience and as a developer, and I respect that. But the way that you have conducted with one of my colleagues offend me. I don't take, you know, I don't know if you guys could feel the way, if one of my colleagues get beat up with answers when he has the right to answer a question, the way that he
I
questioned.
apologize, I don't know how to say.
Apology accepted.
10 times more, I apologize.
Apology accepted. The only thing I was going to say, this passed through committee. A lot of those questions was put forward in committee. There's three resolution there. We taking care of one, 35 and 36, 35, 36. Those resolution is to support, in other words, any loan or whatever you want to take from FMLL and the government. The only problem that we have is that the director acknowledged that she had the right to do the same thing with the, and you find out this 3 years ago, and you moving forward probably since day one and 3 years ago. Now, always we ask on the council that every statutory agency in the city of Paterson, that's why we have committee meetings to inform us, to let us know what's your plan, and not just to point out what you're not doing or whatever, or what your board is doing, approving or not, or is to inform us the progress, what we're going to see 5 years from now, what we, you know, because we get the complaints. We get the complaints and we just direct the complaints to your department, to your housing department. One of the things, Council President, is that today has been a extensive conversation of this. We have learned now that the Housing Authority, Councilman Jackson, owns the property of Christopher Holt. All right. Also, do we own Kathy Court?
Sandy's Court?
Kathy Court? Kathy? No?
Oh, you're talking about Kathy's Court in Fifth Ward?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it's owned by the gentleman.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
So, Council President, this whole resolution I'm endorsing and this and that, I don't see a problem endorsing the federal government. The federal government has its strict rules of how to screw, if they go over the expenses, I know the federal government's gonna say, you don't need 20 million. So you need to, you know what I'm saying? Because it's an application of
Okay.
for
So-
money.
Okay.
You know.
So Councilman Velez, all right, I understand you have, as the chair of statutory, you and the committee deemed that it should come to the council for a full discussion of the council.
Correct.
There are council members here who are not in support. You're saying that, you're okay with it moving forward.
Yeah.
I'm
Put
gonna
it to a
finish.
vote.
I want Councilman Khalid, that barely speaks, wants the floor. And I'm gonna allow the vice president to say his words. And I am then going to make a determination if we are going to move forward for after Councilwoman Mims. Cotton and Mims, okay. After Councilman Khalid speaks. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, good to see you, Director, here. We don't see you often. But I would like to make a request to the Director to make a list of the building the Housing Authority owns. Also the building that owned by partners like gentleman right there. And also explain and make a priority list of redevelopment, which one should be first to redevelop, and the funding sources, where the funding gonna come from. And also I think we need to first look at this, which buildings or which the city of Paterson or the housing owns, and council or the committee should decide who should get redeveloped first. And, go ahead.
Councilman, I want to just make this very distinct difference between Housing Authority RAD projects and the RAD conversion by the developer. We're already in the process of doing the RAD upgrade of our properties. As I mentioned, we went out by RFP and selected a financial consultant who is helping us with the oversight on what work is needed and how we're going to finance all the work that's needed. We went out by RFP and selected an architect to have oversight on all of the construction work that will go forward. We were scheduled to close with HUD on the financial package April of 2022. However, because of the environmental observations and findings, that we had to move that date out to possibly summer. Once we close this summer, the work will start at all of the sites. We're in the process of deciding, are we going to do 2 contracts or 1 contract for all 6 buildings? Are we going to do AMP3, which consists of McBride, Masiello, and Canfield, and Keene, Carroll, and Barnett? Based on the work that's going to be required, we will make that decision come summer. So we're already in it. It's not a matter of which building go first. When we applied a year ago to convert these buildings under the RAD process, HUD approved them, and we put all the other pieces in place.
Irma, you just said something about approval. I'm gonna ask you a question. You have a board.
Mm-hmm.
Has the board approved this?
Yes. Yes. We do not enter into any contract with anyone without board approval. We have a development.
When was it approved?
I would say 2019.
2019.
Mm-hmm.
You have the same board you had in 2019?
Yes.
You
We
have the
a
same
few-
board members?
No, we have two new members, but we have a development committee that meets often.
Who's your development committee?
On our development committee, we have, it was Reverend Maven, who's no longer on the board, Bob Garashi, and who's the third person? I don't remember who the third person was. I think that person is no longer on the board too, Bernard Jones.
Okay.
So, and they meet, we go through this, they meet with the consultants. So it's been a process in place.
So did you complete?
No, Council President.
Okay.
Yeah.
Council President, I think we got our priority messed up. You know, this is a private developer. We're giving him the first priority instead of, like Councilman Al Abdulaziz said. I think for time being, we should remove these items, and maybe in future, when everything come in front of us, we will revisit. That's my opinion.
Well, it's my understanding, Councilman, and believe it or not, I am actually in favor of removing 35 and 36, because I'm not endorsing something that, it's my understanding, has not been approved by the board. So I want to see that. The other thing is that I'm not happy today, and I'm going to tell you why. Let me complete.
Yes,
To have a developer come here and be so unprepared, that says a lot. It's almost like, you know what, I'm doing business, I could take my money tomorrow and go somewhere else, and I'm still gonna make money. That in itself, that doesn't rub right with me. Okay, so that is the impression, that's what you showed off here today, and to come unprepared, and for us to ask questions and they cannot be answered. So with that said, you know, council members, you can make your statement, Councilwoman Mims, if you want, and Councilwoman Cotton, but just so you know, Madam Clerk, 35 and 36 is going to be removed, and I'm going to tell you why. I don't know what council member here would give support to something like this right now. And I also want to see the approval from the commission, from your board. Sure. Okay? Councilwoman Cotton.
Ma'am, may I ask?
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that, you know, my husband worked for the Housing Authority. I don't know how many buildings in my ward that are HUD buildings, meaning that the Housing Authority do not control them. They're on their own. And you knew that I had a building in my ward that was raggedy, that you wouldn't let a dog live in. And this man was getting funded from the federal government. And it was a fight, a 2-year fight, to help those people in that building move out. This is to help renovate these sites. Of the 12 years my husband's been there, and you gotta remember now, and I want council members, it's 2 different entities, 2 different money, 2 different, I say, Congressman Pasquarello, Senator Booker, Senator Mendez, help us fight to get money for our buildings. Because that other money is another money. And so, of the years that my husband been a board part of the Housing Authority, the money that was poured in those buildings, of fixing them up, you know, you say nothing has been done, but money have been poured in these buildings, and the government finally said, I'm not giving y'all no more money. Either you're gonna tear them buildings down, or you're gonna do something else with them. So we have to do something. I have 2 buildings in my ward that are HUD buildings. They got renovated. 27th Street, East 19th Street. These are HUD buildings. When people call me about getting Section 8 or rent based on income, I send them to those buildings that I know are HUD buildings, meaning that you move in them and your rent is based on income. This here is to renovate the 134 to renovate the 175. Let me tell you what COVID did for people. Price of lumber went from $16 to $89. People couldn't even, contractors stopped working because they knew that they could not charge you the $30,000 now, what they gave you a price for, because now that $30,000 is really $70,000. Because these Home Depots and Lowe's and prices shot up like I don't know what. People were doing more home projects. But this is to renovate these buildings and to renovate these sites for people, and you should see how happy my seniors are on East 27th Street, which those buildings have been renovated in 25 years.
Okay.
So I'm just saying this is to help renovate. It's a different pot of money. Them Congress people, our senators, you come on, people. You know what? It's been a long ride for me to understand HUD. It's been a long ride to understand it. And I know that I said to the congressman, the next time they have hearings in Washington, D.C. with HUD, please ask me to come. Because I'm going to tell them how much money we need here in our city to help renovate our own buildings. So I have 4 senior sites in my ward, 4. Some of them have been renovated a little bit, but some of them have not. But that's a different money, and it's like a fight now to try to get that money to come in. That's all I'm saying. It's 2 different sets of money.
Councilwoman.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go with you too.
Okay.
Okay, so we can fight for more money for our buildings. But right now, there were several questions asked. Councilman Jackson asked, is there a developer's fee? And obviously there is.
Okay.
How much is a developer's fee? How much is it?
He never said.
He never said, I know he didn't say it. How much is it?
If I say something, I'm scared to say it.
I know.
So would you say, okay, so would you say it's about 8 million?
No.
It's not an $8 million developer's fee?
It's $1.8 million approximately on one side, and it's 2.2 on another side.
Madam President.
And it all depends based on the cost of the development that is being financed through the bond issue.
So I want to ask you something as a developer, because we have quite a few developers. Actually, let me take that back. Not quite a few, maybe 1 or 2 that give back to Paterson. Please tell me one thing that you've done giving back to Paterson.
One team you sponsored.
When we originally...
What do you as a developer, what do you give back to Paterson? Let's see. So you come to our city and you make all this money, this developer's fees, right? You make all this money. As a developer, you want to do more business. What do you give back to our community?
Council President.
The community center that was built across the street of Christopher was done with my funding.
A community center.
So that's what you gave back to the city?
The ones that we're charging the youth $2,600 a month.
Okay.
The ones we're charging the youth program
That we charge our youth,
$2,600 a
okay.
month for.
When I say give back is not charging, okay? And making money, or at least as some may say,
Where am I charging?
Okay. All right, so let us, I'm gonna have Councilwoman Mims.
You know what? You never say, Councilwoman, was you finished?
I apologize, Councilwoman Cotton. Go
I
ahead.
just, you know what, Ms. Gorham?
Yes.
I need you to supply me, I'm not sure if the city would know, but you can probably get it from HUD, all HUD buildings. And there don't have to be many units in some of them that landlords are on the HUD list to rent out, to renovate, to rent apartments, because some of you people, when I start sharing some of this stuff, you're gonna be like, wow, what does some of this stuff look like?
Okay.
But just make sure I want to see how many, because I know my ward alone, I got about 10 HUD buildings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Mims.
After this, I think there needs to be a separate meeting. Tonight was a mishmash of concerns of what are city-owned properties versus what is before us with the developer that is trying to renovate properties that need renovation.
They need it.
I understand that there are other questions, there are other concerns, and that probably will be in the when the dialogue comes back. But we have to definitely, if there needs to be a conversation regarding the city-owned properties, then that's one discussion. But based on what we have before us, it's like apples and oranges. So we can't hold a developer accountable for those items that are city-owned that he has nothing to do with. These items are statement of needs. This developer is saying to us, I'm going after getting the funds. I'm not asking the city for funds. It's just a statement of need so I can move forward to renovate these properties for residents that some of us have said their apartments need to be upgraded. That's exactly what they're before us on. This was done recently by the board. I remember the board recently, this wasn't a year ago, it was a recent vote by the board. And I remember some board commissioners went to the area and spoke to the residents and went to the properties because there were concerns. And when they went and saw what was there and they saw it was presented, they shifted and changed their mind and voted in favor because they were like, the residents want an upgrade. I remember it because, I just remember because one of my appointees is there and I had a conversation afterwards to find out what were the concerns. But even in that, as we move forward, I think the decision has been made or whatever they're gonna do, but we have to make sure we have, if it's for city-owned, all of what is needed, all the dialogue, or the questions that's been asked and not answered, make sure all of that information is provided so that when we come back, when this is represented at that point, that we can make sure that whatever the vote is, I can't vote for anyone else or say whatever anyone is going to do, but let's just make sure that if a council person is asking a question, we have the information.
And
sometimes we'll know what that is up front, sometimes we won't know what it is up front. And if we don't know, then we can come back and say we can get that information later. But also, as far as respect it goes a long way. So we gotta make sure, sometimes less is more. I know sometimes we wanna, we're excited because we're zealous over our project, but sometimes it's better just to kind of relax, listen attentively, and then respond accordingly. It's not personal, it's not attacks, it's just that we are sitting here to ensure that the residents get the best. In closing, I want to say this. Fifth Ave, I've lived in that area for 21 years. Directly, I can do a cartwheel into Fifth Ave, right? Riverside housing. And prior to this renovation, there were a lot of concerns. And Ms. Director Gorman can tell you, I called her many, many, many times. And when this work started, there were some concerns, and I commended her, and she reached out to the developer and their team, and they were on it immediately. Work starting early, they shut it down. They made sure they started on time. Different concerns, went through the properties. People are living there, as Councilman Mendez said. They love it. They absolutely love what is done there, the renovations, everything. The only thing I want to add, and is not this, but on that property, on the Route 20 corridor, and maybe it's a part of what you're going to do, the oversized trees. I'm not sure if that's in the project to shift. And I did see that, some people have already put tattoos and graffiti on the work that you've done, which is very egregious. On that side, there are big graffitis, and they've tatted it with that. And so maybe while the work is going on, maybe some cameras, so it could be sent, to our police department to identify who those perpetrators are.
We have already the cameras in all of the building that is in existence. They need to be, the rest of the buildings have to be done.
Okay, so just make sure with that, because if you're building and doing that type of work, and to see that large graffiti that is on that wall of that work, we can get that camera footage, and it can go to our police department to make sure that the perpetrators are taken care of. And so that's my comment on tonight.
Okay.
So President, can I say one thing?
Yeah, before I ask you something. So, Director, there's a developer's agreement, right?
Pardon me?
There's a developer's agreement between the housing authority and the developer?
No,
There is no developer's agreement?
No, because he's already the owner of the property, and he's going out getting finance.
So, but I'm saying the original, there was not a developer's
Yes,
agreement?
in the
And
original,
it-
yes.
That's what I was
Yes.
referring to, not to
Yes.
this, I understand
Yes.
where we are right now, so yes, right? And within that, when you do these agreements, do you not put there that there should be some type of, the developer can say, their plan of what they're doing or giving back to the community?
That's a very gray area, and for public discussion.
Okay.
I don't think that's an area as a housing authority with the developer and city council we should sort of,
We're not asking what he's giving you personally.
no, I know you're not asking me personally.
So
But,
in Jersey City, a $400 million project, 25% of that project will go to build a new school. So they'll take that money, which
That's
will
how
be
Mayor
$25
Fulop
million,
does it.
Yes.
and they will make the developer build a new school. But this developer has done absolutely none. In fact, 17 acres of land was given to him free of charge on the Fifth Avenue project. There was no acquisition cost. So
Okay.
Council
So-
President,
so-
Council
so,
President.
Listen. It's gonna be almost 11 o'clock, so the decision has been made, Madam Clerk, that 35 and 36 are gonna be pulled.
Council President.
You all heard all the questions being asked here today. I think that needs to be considered
There's
before
only-
we, as a council, can give you a letter endorsing,
Council President.
these projects. I believe that we need more questions answered. I would love to go to your next meeting, and I'd like to ask the entire board. I want to know when. You say that you say that the board approved it.
Yes.
You said you had a committee, so I want to know so the committee members are going to be there, and I'd like to ask those questions, just so I can hear from them. Because you're saying one thing, but when I'm asking you this, it's almost because I know the answer, but I want to hear it. I want to hear the entire board. So with that said,
Council President.
35 and 36, Madam
Just a
Clerk,
question.
is being removed.
Just one question. I know you're gonna remove it, but it's important.
It's
My
removed.
question, I know you say you're gonna remove it 35, 36, and 36. But everything has consequence.
Yeah.
And this is important. Everything has consequence. And probably the needs of renovation of these properties is solicited by probably complaints, probably inspector going to the building and seeing the quality and the condition of those units. What would be the consequence if there's a timeline? And I know the HMFA has a timeline, and I would like, sir, you defending your interest. I just want to hear the director. Because if you, sir, hold on. I know your consequence. Probably you're not gonna gain more interest on the money, but let me see the director.
Hold on.
What will be the consequence of not moving forward with the renovation of this project, of this facility?
can't do that. Can't do that.
Microphone.
The consequence of not having this letter of support just means that the financing may have to start over again, may not even exist in another round. But the value of doing these upgrades for the city and for the residents, those 313 families that are on the north side, some over in the Fifth Ward, they would not be afforded upgraded, renovated units like
So in
all of
other
us
words,
would
so-
want.
so-
So one
other
second,
words, hold on, hold on, other
Councilman
words.
Velez, let me
Hold on, let me finish.
Councilman Velez, because.
Council President, I go finish with this one.
No, I
So
just,
those residents-
Councilman
hold on.
Velez, just one
Those
second.
resident-
Councilman Velez, just 1 second.
I wanna wrap up.
Director,
Yes, ma'am.
do you think anyone on this dais here does not want 300-plus families to have a renovated place to live? Do you realize that the questions being asked are asked specific to numbers and being unprepared today? So this is not that we don't want the renovations. That's not what it is.
No, the councilman asked, and I'm just being as plain and simple as possible. The funding may not exist moving forward.
Okay.
It's a resolution of need. These questions that you may have and our concerns can readily be addressed.
Okay.
I spoke with the developer in terms of fee because Councilman Jackson always is concerned about the developer's fee. Because this is a very complicated financial situation, if we say today it's 2 million, when we come back to get the resolution and it's 4 million, then, you know, what were they hiding, whatever. So
Absolutely.
it's just, yeah,
That's
so
correct.
it's just to be certain. Those questions can be answered.
Okay.
So the
So,
need
Director.
Okay,
to
so that's
the
why it's gonna
city-
come back.
Yeah, the need to the city is great.
And we
in
know.
terms of affordable housing, we just want to be able to sustain
That affordable
that
housing.
component of housing for Paterson.
Okay.
That's
Now-
it.
now,
That's all I
Director,
need.
And
Last
with that
question,
said,
because-
and with that said, there's not going to be any more questions, council
No,
members?
because you
And
cut me
with
off
that
in the-
said,
in the
this is
most
what I'm going
important
to say
question.
to you. You heard all of the questions and concerns of everyone up here, all
Yes.
right? You heard some support. I'm not saying that I'm not supportive of supporting,
And that's
you
what we're
know,
here for.
almost 400 families to have new places to live and live decent,
Yes.
okay? And affordable housing
Yes.
at that.
Council
I'm not saying none of that, but what I am saying, there was a lot of questions asked today, and as a developer that's been doing business with our city for years,
Yes.
he should at least, and you as a director, come more prepared to answer those questions, because I cannot, as a council president, I set the agenda with my council colleagues. I just cannot see us proceeding with these items at
So,
this time.
Council President, the question is for you now. And this is because the director, you're not allowing me to ask the director, so I'm just gonna put a scenario. Right now, 134 units in one project and 179 unit in the other project. They are deplorable, according to them. They need repairs, according to them. They need new floors, according to them. So now, we're not entertaining this. Those are 200 or 300 units, okay, could gather together and file a lawsuit against the housing and the developer saying, I live in a deplorable unit, call the state to supervise it, to inspect it, and they're gonna obligate them to fix it. Where we gonna get the money? Where they gonna get the money to do it? So, I just wanna know, I just wanna let you know that.
I just want to.
Thank you.
Council
Thank you.
President,
One
I'm
second.
sorry.
Thank you very
Please,
much.
just for a point of clarity.
Council members, please, for a minute.
Just 2 seconds, please, Council President.
Council members, when somebody is finishing, right, and I acknowledge, thank you, Councilman Veldes, for finishing it, and please allow me to acknowledge you before you speak. Councilman Kalik and Councilman Jackson, and we will be done with these items for right now.
Director, did you receive any CARES Act money? Yes. And what did you do with it? Like, I recall reading an article way back. I don't remember. Did you use the funding to improve our facilities, buildings, senior buildings, or anything?
The money wasn't designated to improve.
You need to speak into the...
To do work at the site. We actually used the CARES money to prevent, sanitize our sites, sanitize the community buildings.
Did anybody get raises, bonuses? Did
Oh,
anybody?
yeah. Today, actually, we were on a webinar and someone else asked that question. And the comment was that in the public housing world, bonuses is a bad word, but the law, the act does allow folks to receive, employees to receive hazardous funding, and that's exactly.
So your staff receive hazardous pay increases?
And it was a one-time.
Bonuses?
Oh, stop. BA, it was a one-time incentive, and it was allowed by HUD.
How much was it?
Percentage
It wasn't tens of thousands of dollars. I think at the site level, it may have been $1,500 to like maybe $2,000.
So the total?
No, per maintenance.
No, that's what I'm saying. So what's the total? $1 million, $2 million, what?
No, it was under $60,000. It was not a lot of funds, really. And we were looking, and we were looking to pace ourselves over time because COVID, we really didn't know. So it was just to cover folks, taking care of folks, the seniors in the building.
So CARES Act money, they got hazardous pay. Okay, Councilman Kalik, finalize?
I believe it was 5% of everybody's salary. That's what
No,
I
don't
recall.
I don't recall.
Anyway,
You know, it was.
Council President, I mean, it's been 11 o'clock already.
We had a healthy meeting today.
We need to
Two
have
items.
We need to have a meeting with the Housing Authority.
Executive session?
If possible, yes, and that's what I'm requesting.
Okay, very good.
wanna
And we will have that
Council
discussion
President,
with
you
the
did say
Corporation
you-
Council and, I'm saying, actually with Madam BA, so we can set up a meeting where we can bring and have a conversation with the council and not on TV. And we can
May I say something?
come back. Yes.
Again, Mr. Jackson, I apologize if I offended you in any way. That's
Not
number
offended
one.
at all, sir.
He's not offended, he said.
Okay. Number two, we will ask what will happen, assuming it's not. We don't know any day, and I'm not the only one that talks about, but interest rate is going to change.
Okay.
Interest rate is going to change on the bond issue. We are going to lose a lot of money.
Okay.
We don't know if the deal will work with the new interest rate. That's why we are pushing to try to get it before the next election or the next time when Congress does not even know if they are going to have a new bill or not have a new bill.
Okay, so when we get some of the
I am
questions that we asked today, we will revisit it. So as you say, I'm removing it right now. It does not mean it's indefinite. We're removing it. The director
further
will come
discussion.
back to the committee, present the questions that were asked with answers, and then the committee will then bring it back, and then we will take action on
I
it.
just needed to express to
Okay.
you that a resolution of need was done day one with a different financing.
Okay.
You already approved one time a resolution of need. It's the need of housing in
We
this
understand that. We're very clear with that, very
So-
clear. And I just need you to know that we support our community and our people that live in our housing facilities, okay?
Council
Private and public. But once again, anybody that watched this meeting or is sitting here saying, you asked 10 questions and you got not one answer. So, and I'm just exaggerating right now in terms of that. It could be 20 questions and we got 2 answers. So with that said, this item is removed, okay? And I think we need to proceed. We have an agenda that we need to complete.
I'm ready to proceed, Council President. I just want to add one point of clarity. First, I appreciate your ability or your willingness to apologize. It's not necessary. It's nothing personal. I mean, I think your outfit is phenomenal. You're a very good guy, possibly. My agenda is simple. It's to make sure that our residents are getting the best value for what we're spending. I do have a cheeseburger. My restaurant will be reopening soon. I can sell you a cheeseburger for $500,000, and I'm sure you'll find it reasonable considering that we're willing to overpay for all of these other things. I think Councilwoman Mims and Cotton, I'll sell you the same burger, but
I'll pass.
But the point is, we gave you 17 acres of land for free. No other developer gets those kind of concessions. You also own 50 Belmont. He also owns 50 Belmont, and those residents also have, there's so many complaints. There was a
Okay.
flood on the first floor. I mean,
Okay.
we can be here
Thank you very
forever,
much,
but-
Councilman Jackson. Thank you very much.
They forgot the 17 acres. I paid for them. I paid the lease payment.
Okay, so the last item is item 37 for statutory, and that is a resolution authorizing the City of Paterson Housing Authority as the HUD Certified Housing Counseling Agency for the residents of the City of Paterson and Passaic County.
In our committee, we moved it, we had a conversation, and we felt that it was fine to move forward.
I actually, with this one, I believe that I was there for this conversation, all right? So we're gonna move forward, and we're just going to put that, since everyone is not here, we're gonna put it on regular, because I don't want in the middle, so we'll put it on regular. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Okay, 35 was removed, 36 was removed, and 37 is gonna go on regular, okay? Director Powell, and I really wanna say I'm sorry, only because your items are so quick in terms of, we're gonna get some money, some more money.
That's it. It's
All
just
right.
about money.
Okay.
More money, more problems.
All right, so just quickly, council members, we're gonna go to,
33, 34.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, 33 and
I lost my,
34. 33 and 34,
Okay,
both were
go ahead.
run through Economic Development Committee as well with Chairman Mendez.
So, Mr. Chairman, you,
Yes, Madam President, we have a discussion at the committee meeting, Economic Development Committee, for both 33 and 34, Director.
Yeah, so basically in a nutshell, council allowed us to go for $1 million in Green Acres funding. We went after those funding. That funding was been on hold basically because of COVID. But what that funding required was a 75% match of $750,000. What we were able to do is get that $750,000 through alternative sources. And those two alternative sources are here in the two resolutions. The first is for $221,558, and that's from the Green Acres. They're giving us supplemental funding. And then we have the other resolution, which is for $552,912, which brings us over the $750,000 as well, meaning that we fully match the grant with outside dollars.
and this is authorizing the acceptance of the grant.
That is correct. And then
All
we
right, so that's
quickly go out to
750.
bid. We have 3 preliminary designs, and I think we can move quickly on the construction of this and the renderings and the like. So
Okay.
it's basically free money.
34? Oh, so, no, that was 33, 34?
33, yeah, so there's two. One is for the 221,000, that's 33.
Okay.
And we have to do that first because they're doing it as a supplemental thing, so the timing matters. So
33 and 34, they
Yep.
And then
combined.
the other one is 750?
is for 552, so combined they're
552.
over. Yep.
750 combined.
So,
Correct.
council members, would you like to proceed since we're receiving this funding for it to go on consent?
Yeah.
Okay, 33 and 34 will go on consent.
Thank you, council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
No other questions? Good night. Director, Health and Human Services. Is Councilman Abdulaziz here?
We have our
I'm sorry?
We have our hardworking director, DPW.
My apologies, but I'd like to, hold on one second, just 1 second.
We got our DPW.
No, DPW Director, he done went first last week, come on now. We're almost here with you. Let me just address right now, Health and Human Services. Health and Human Services, I believe you only have one, correct? All right, so, my apologies, had I known you just had one, I would have taken that first. So, number 44 is a resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to enter into MOU with certain entities to provide for and advance a COVID-19 health literacy program.
It should go on consent, I have no problem.
Then he just put on record quickly what he's done, and then we could proceed.
Yes, the item is just a requirement as part of the $4 million COVID literacy grant that we received.
Have you identified already the entities, or you're
Yes.
going- Okay.
Yes. The entities are, I'll put them on record. Sorry. St. Paul's Community Development Corporation, OASIS, New Destiny Family Success Center, the Boys and Girls Club of Paterson and Passaic, Four Cs of Passaic County, Health Coalition of Passaic County, Paterson Alliance, and Passaic County Community College.
Ooh,
Yes.
okay.
You probably
That can't
have
go
to.
on consent. That has to go
Because you
on
have to recuse
non-consent.
yourself, yes.
All right, it'll go on non-consent, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Madam Clerk, just make record
Yes,
that I will be
44.
recusing myself from that
44.
item.
Yes, it had to go in regular, 44,
Okay,
correct.
very good.
Right.
Very good, let's proceed. I'm sorry that we are now, DPW, you still here? You still here? Thank you for being here. That's right. I had to, I'm sorry. Just 1 second. So council members, 53 is gonna go on consent. Actually, no, that's not gonna go on consent. I know that you wanna do that regular. 53 is gonna go on regular. 54 is gonna go on consent. 55 is going to go on consent. And 66,
56.
I'm sorry, 56 is going to go. So council members, please bear with me. All of these honorees are not gonna go on regular. They're going to go on consent. You are all gonna have the opportunity for Hispanic Heritage Month on Friday at 5:30 to be here to present and say all the great things. Okay, so I'm not putting them on consent, so we're putting them on consent. 56 will go on consent.
Madam President,
26.
I'm sorry. Did you say 53? Is that consent? 53?
53 is on regular.
Regular, all right.
54 consent, 55 consent, 56 consent,
I got it.
26 consent, 27 consent, 28 consent, 29 consent, 30 consent, 31 consent, 32 consent, 33 and 34 consent, 25, we already said that one, right? That was on consent.
25,
Hold on,
people consent.
hold on. 25 is consent. Okay. 51 will go regular. 45 will go regular. And 46 will go regular. 43,
Consent.
no, regular. Because chief is not here and there are 2 approved contracts. Okay? 52 will go
Council
on regular.
President? Council President?
1 second, we're gonna do public works now. Okay, Councilman? You're the chair.
No.
47, 48, 49, and 50.
No, I was talking about 51.
51.
It's on the regular.
Regular. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Corporation Council, I will be sponsoring this, and I'd like the entire council to be the co-sponsor. Okay.
Also, I want to request formally, Council President, this is a naming of the street, right, correct?
So let me just explain that quickly.
Yeah.
All right. Years ago, what are we talking about? 30, 20, 30-something years ago, the council then took action and actually vacated this street, East 42nd between 11th Ave and McLean Boulevard. And the co-op actually takes care, I mean, they pave, they do the snow removal, everything, it's vacated. So what the request was from the co-op that it be named Parkey's Lane. And so I brought it up to Corporation Council, it was reviewed, looked upon, and really it didn't have to go. They could have done it themselves, right? But they really want it on the books as such, and I didn't see anything, you know, I don't see anything. We will be having something done there, all right, in terms of the naming of it, so.
I just, if it's possible, Council President, I know you're gonna say it's true. There was a ordinance, I know is, the reason I'm talking about it is because, this comes up as a naming of the street and they taking care of it, et cetera, and there's a good thing and good dandy about that, owner of the area. There was a good friend of the community that passed away in Mexico, for COVID, and we all know him and we used to know him. His name is Félix Gutierrez.
Correct.
The reason I have not moved forward to, after it was named Mexican Way, and haven't moved forward to installation of signs or whatever, it's because the family and the organization, Mexican community, had requested to add,
So,
Mexican-
Councilman, that has to go through committee. For that
Correct,
change, for that
correct.
to be done, the street naming committee, and we could definitely revisit that.
Correct. I just want to let you know that I'm going to be putting the amendment, at the old
Okay,
naming.
and it'll go to committee.
And then
Okay?
we'll send it to committee.
Okay,
Thank you. All right.
absolutely. So, but with that said, I don't want to put that on consent. We're doing that one regular.
Correct.
So proceeding, 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Are they all cool?
Public
I didn't see
Works.
bids,
Council
emergency
President, I'm
contract.
sorry. Did you say 51? I know that's sponsored by you.
And co-sponsored by the entire council.
Thank you. That's what I thought I heard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council President, 47, 48, 49, 50 was discussed arterial in committee is needed. That could go on consent.
Council members, does anyone have any, and I do know this was all
No objection, Madam
discussed.
President.
There's no objections?
No.
To put it on consent?
No,
Are you
correct.
okay? With that
47
said,
through 50?
47, 48, 49,
50.
and 50.
And ca-
We'll go on
and-
consent.
That was CC directed tonight, right?
Hold up, I haven't
haven't
said you can
finished.
leave yet. I said goodnight. I haven't said goodnight. Hold up. Just make sure there's nothing.
Yeah, Director, do you already pick up the key for number 50?
Go
Okay.
back to 38, Council President, through 42,
I'm sorry. Let me go back. We're still missing, hold up.
38.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Sorry that we do this. Okay, so, so council members, as you know that today we address certain issues, but those are specific to the entertainment licenses and the dance hall. These are specific, and I had this conversation with Madam Clerk, to the coin operated. I didn't see, no one said anything in terms of these, so we can move on for,
Requesting
item.
number, the one for the Fifth Ward? The one
No,
that he's the new
no,
owner?
Councilman, we're gonna discuss that in a minute. We're right now on 40.
Oh, 40.
All right, so if everyone's okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and put that in consent and 41 in consent.
Okay.
These are
41
for the
on
pool.
consent?
Huh?
41 on consent, Council President?
40 and 41.
40 and
Okay.
41 on consent.
Councilwoman is not here. We're gonna put 39 on consent, and we're gonna put 38 on consent.
38 and 39
As well.
consent?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Okay, and then
Okay.
42 will also go on consent.
Consent.
Oh, hold on, 235 Grand Street, Dana Bar Pool Table?
The fifth board, you wanna remove that?
Yeah, I want to remove it.
So, let the record reflect,
Into
this,
the,
this was all one resolution, so that resolution, Corporation Council,
Yeah.
Resolution 40 needs to be amended to remove 235 Grant Street. There's some questions, Councilman, so.
Correct.
Sometimes I don't like doing these like this, but I do understand why Madam Clerk does it, and I'm okay with it, because they're all, you know,
and the
coin
reason,
operated.
and the reason is I
Do you
received
have an
numerous,
issue with this?
I received numerous call from the pandemic all the way down into now. The same, if I go to request the same call of service, et cetera, it's probably gonna be the same in violations and everything, so I just wanna.
All right,
remove
so
it to it.
let's just remove that one and just make the amendment. Is that all right? We could do that, right?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay.
That's
Right.
40, so we are, in item 40, we are removing just that one, 235 Grand
235.
Street.
Correct.
Okay, so we just amend the resolution.
I'm just good for a point of clarity. So you would just move it 235 grand?
Yes.
And then number 40 will go on consent or regular?
Consent.
Consent, okay, all right.
Yeah, because if a council member has, you know, an issue, then you're
That's
good.
fine, we can move on.
Okay. 32, we'll go on consent. I'm sorry, 42.
We got 23 and 24 there.
Huh?
23 and
We
24.
did 32.
Okay, administration, here we go. You know I left you for last, right?
Oh, Madam President, it's 23 and 24, we didn't touch.
Correct.
That's the administration.
Hold on a minute.
23 and 24.
Regular.
I want to make sure we're not
Okay.
missing any.
Is this the one we just discussed in Finance 24? To authorize an award of contract under competitive contracting for the consulting services? Is that the one we
Correct.
discussed?
Yep.
Okay, I'm okay with that going on consent. It was just, you want it on regular? All right. 24 will go on regular because Councilwoman Mims would like it to go on regular. You have any questions now that you want to ask, or you just? I'm just saying, because it was discussed, and if you could, Madam Bia, just quickly, just.
Sure. Yes, this is for assistance to help us with the reporting requirements, the sub-recipient requirements regarding our ARP funds. And so this is really the first phase that's going to allow us to then roll out the funding to the community as well. That's going to be the majority of the work of the consultant, is creating an application process, reviewing eligibility of programs, and then once we have kind of not only the entire application process, but specific ones to specific areas of need that we're allocating funding. So that's.
And that'll come to us. I mean, there's.
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. So any of those awards of money will kind of come through the council to award
You
it.
still want it on regular? You still want it on regular? Okay. So 24 on regular, and 23. All right, regular.
So 23 and 24 regular, Council President?
23 and 24 are gonna go on regular.
Okay, both.
And you know, Councilman is not
think-
here,
I think
which
we have it all.
I know there was some, with 23, some of us,
I think we covered
let it go on
everything.
regular.
Hold on. This is the, we
covered.
privatizing the payroll?
Contract under competitive contract to Prime Point LLC for payroll services for the city of Patterson.
So
And
there's gonna be a contract for the payroll on it?
Uh-huh.
That's for the payroll?
That's why we're putting it on regular.
Yeah.
Okay, regular,
Okay?
So we
big
covered
regular.
everything.
There you go. Okay, so Madam Clerk,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
am sorry, and I really truly appreciate you and the staff. I know that we jump around, but sometimes, you know, some of these items, do take longer than others. I think we had a healthy discussion here today. I would say that the administration today heard even some things that you probably weren't aware of yourselves, with some of our authorities. So, with that said, can I have a motion to close the workshop agenda?
So moved.
Workshop meeting. Moved by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the workshop session.
Can we do an unanimous vote?
Yes, Council President. Roll call to close the workshop session of October 5th, 2021. Councilman Kalik,
Good night, Patterson. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just very brief, I have a Patersonian that sent me this picture, and I really have to, I want to take this time. Madam BA, listen, the Family Dollar on Van Hampton Street. Where's Mr. Ming? Can you just, is Mr. Ming, can you get a zoom on this, Mr. Ming, on my phone? Yes, please, a little bit more.
Put it
Just a little
sideways,
bit more.
Councilman, sideways, Councilman. Where the picture could go like this.
Thing is, no, it'll be great. I know, just the community they're looking at.
Okay.
Patersonian, this is the parking lot of the Family Dollar on the Stray Street in Van Houten. You will never see a business on that condition on any other city in the state, in Passaic County, or maybe in the state of New Jersey, only in Paterson. But MBA, things like this, I mean, the administration, listen, we have to hold those business owners accountable. I mean, it's a shame that we gotta look this through social media, but this administration, the staff, they driving around the city of Paterson. Let's get on top. And this is not the first picture that I see about this Family Dollar on the Stray Street in Van Houten. We have to hold business owner and we have to hold people accountable in this city on the way they're conducting business. Please. And I would like to see some action on this. Also, Madam BA, 330 East 33rd Street. That's a residential building. The owner and the neighborhood around that area, they contact the administration. Some of them contact the mayor directly because the company that are doing the management of that building, they don't take the garbage on time. They invite me. I passed by there yesterday, and the amount of garbage and the smell, it was horrendous. And the administration have multiple complaints about this building. 330 East 33rd, Madam BA. Every time there's garbage day, I receive the call from my constituent, and I have to go there and witness and see that they don't even take the garbage out. The inspector, they all have this information. Please, if you could get on top of that, I will deeply appreciate it. Also, I would like to thank all my residents of the Third Ward for just constantly, sending me those texts about, quality of life issues. Speeding in the Third Ward. So we are addressing those concerns, and I take those calls seriously, and you know that I'm a phone call away from you, which is 973-930-1436. That's my cell phone number. Please reach out to me, and I'll be a phone call away. And like every day, every morning, and at the end of the day, I do my drive around the Third Ward, making sure that everything is under control. We are addressing the quality of life issues block by block, and we're doing phenomenal. And we're going to continue doing that. We cannot policing every block in the community, but we need to learn how to be a good neighbor. We live in this city, and all together we have to fix our community. In closing, I would like to thank all the residents of the city of Paterson that came on public portion. And Mr. Roque, we might have a different view in terms of, political party or whatever the case might be, but he spoke about the condition of the city, the homeless situation that we have, the drug addict. Those are the problems that we need to address in the city of Paterson. We hear this every week on public portion. It's time for us to fight for the city, and it's time that we hold the administration accountable for the job that they're supposed to do. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So, first of all, I want to thank the public. I had to take an emergency Zoom meeting, but I didn't leave the building. I was actually here, and then I came back. So I want to say that first. So I know there are a lot of concerns, and I just want to put it duly on record that it's not always the businesses. Sometimes the businesses do a good job of putting out the receptacles, but we have an issue with some of the drug addicts and the vagrants that go through and rip through the garbage. So even though it's nicely put out in the set, there are many times we've seen the videos, we've seen the pictures of those situations. Also, on this Saturday, Lady in the Mirror organization, Ms. Jean Silver, is having a wonderful event for our cancer survivors at the Great Falls from 10 to 4. And then on October the 30th, Christian Fellowship Center, their Men and Women's Fellowship, they're having a cancer awareness fair from 12 to 3. They're going to have free giveaways, free health screening, informational pamphlets, medical guest speakers, and then there'll be different items to purchase. They have a lot of people that they're sponsored with, so please support, reach out to Christian Fellowship Center on 359 Van Houten Street or Lady Jean Silver. There's many events throughout the course of the month. Let's keep pushing, let's keep moving, let's keep grinding, and let's keep building a better Paterson. God bless you, Paterson. Good night, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez, I really didn't want you to leave because my statement, and I apologize, I know that, but, I'm looking over our program that needs to be printed, and we're missing, did you provide the picture? And you did? Okay, so you did it after this was printed. Okay, so picture and? Very good. And I know Councilman Jackson already gave me his picture and bio as well. I apologize. Just didn't want him to leave because I saw here that there's some missing. Okay.
Councilman Velez?
I'm going to pass. Councilman Jackson's is here. He's first.
Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Jackson, we are closing the workshop session. Councilwoman Cotton, it's your vote next.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
That's okay.
We're closing?
Yes, ma'am, but you weren't here, but I go back
All
to
right.
you.
I just want to say out there to the community, for those that came to the public portion, voicing their concerns of things that are happening, we as council members see it too every day. I can't believe the amount of motorcycles and mopeds running through downtown area like it's nothing. It's just totally unacceptable. There's a few events coming up this weekend. One of them that I love dearly too is Dawana Miller, I Am My Sister, and Not Up in Here. She's having her program at Lenise, 11 to 4 on Saturday, 11 to 3, I believe. Also, Lady in the Mirror is having her event with this Jean Silver down at the Paul. So we have those two events coming up. Also on Monday, no, men can come. I was going to ask, everyone is invited. Remember, you do not leave anybody behind, so everyone is invited. Also, I had the opportunity this past August to go to Dallas, Texas. It was called a Black Nonprofit. Since starting my husband's foundation, Ed Cotton's foundation, I knew that I needed to learn more, and I talked about HUD and CBG money and all of that, but we're having a meeting on Monday at 6 o'clock. We're going to tell you some of the things that I've learned, and Kelly Morse and Nancy Greer and Jamie Bland, Gwen Miller. There was about 8 of us, and Anna Pencham. We all went down to Texas to learn. It was run by a lady. It was a Black Nonprofit Conference, which was very, very interesting. So if you want to come out to hear some of the things that we've learned, it's about sharing with you all what we've learned. And I'm a big believer of sharing everything, which is going to be Monday at 6 o'clock. The address is 4 The address is 421 Lakeview Avenue, Clifton, and that's at 6 o'clock. 421 Lakeview Avenue at 6 o'clock. If you can come out, you can hear what we've learned down there in Texas. I had the chance too to go visit AT&T Stadium with the Dallas Cowboys. I thought it was very interesting. This is a stadium that's built around residential homes, the Dallas Cowboys. So with that being said, for all those, there's a lot of things that's happening in the city, so please take advantage of some of it. Also at Amnesty Park, they have that FEMA mobile unit is out there. If you had some damage from Hurricane Ida, please, please go to Amistad Park, Beerland Avenue to get some information. They'll help you file the claim that you need to file. So make sure you go out to do that. Also, I'm calling on my community. We need mentors for some of our children. We need you to come on, partnership with the school, help young people who needs help, help families. I always would say, let's adopt families. With that being said, Madam Clerk, to you all out there, I want to say good night to you all. God bless you all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Where do you want me to do this?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I think tonight we had some very good discussions. We made some headroom on quite a few items. Council President, I will be remiss if I did not bring to your attention that we failed to discuss the notice memo that was sent out by the BA. I'm totally disappointed by that memo. I'm more concerned with the treatment in which these employees have been receiving. You know, we have to be extremely careful. We think that the governor has this unchecked power, and then some other people think they have the ability to make executive decisions that impact people's lives. And what's going to happen? Are we looking forward to now laying off employees or firing employees who decide that they make a personal choice for their own personal medical decisions? Everyone's entitled to make decisions that's best suited for them. We don't know what people's personal circumstances are. So these mandates are extremely concerning to me. And, and especially now, I have no issue with testing. I think everyone should be tested. If someone is vaccinated, it does not entitle them or mean that they are immune, or they cannot be a carrier, or they can't transmit. So the fact that vaccinated people are not being required to be tested doesn't protect the unvaccinated people, and it doesn't protect those who are vaccinated. So, but what it does do is it gives everyone else the indication of who is and who isn't. So if I decide that I do not want to be vaccinated, that's my own personal choice, and my medical choice are none of your business or anyone else's business. Everyone's personal choices is their own business. But if we're now telling them they must disclose it, and or if they choose not to, they have to go and get tested, only them, but why? It doesn't make sense. And here's my concern, because this council, as we refused to convene as a body of the Board of Health, we're not taking these recommendations on by the medical professionals. Medical professionals should be advising us on how we should proceed. We should not be allowing the mayor to enter into some type of challenge. It's not a ice bucket challenge scenario where we could just say, I'm gonna see who can force their employees to be, more employees to be vaccinated. That right there is alarming, and we all should be concerned about that. So I'm standing, in solidarity with our men and women who are on the front line, who were refused hazardous pay, who was forced to be out here and work, and now are being mandated to make decisions that's against their own personal family desires, and that's not cool. you never, every question, I refuse to even ask. I just ask you as the chair, because this body should be holding the BA accountable. There's never a question that's answered to this body. Therefore, the public's concerns are not being answered. And that needs to be addressed. So on that note, with that being said, Council President, Madam Clerk, residents of the city, I bid you good night, and stay tuned, because that very expensive burger at Jacksonville will be available, and I'm hoping that Councilwoman Mims will change her mind and don't pass on it. We know you got plenty of extra cash, Councilwoman.
Nope, I'll give it to the children of the community.
Oh, you're gonna
Thank
buy
you.
it and then give it away? That's fine.
No, I
That's
will never
fine.
buy that. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for trying to give me a gift.
It's my time.
Thank you,
now,
I appreciate it.
Councilwoman.
You mentioned my name, I have to reclaim my time. Thank you.
Reclaim my time. Your time's over. It's my time.
It's always my time. The right time is my time.
Did you vote, Councilman Jackson?
I'm trying to, but she's
Okay.
distracting me.
Just
My
say
vote
yes.
is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So, Councilman Velez, if you permit me for a minute, because I want to apologize because it was something I wanted to address, but as you can see today went, it was quite a hefty meeting, right, but there's a motion to close in a second, and we're one vote before me. But I did want to just make, just gonna ask, Madam BA, when something comes from your office and something of that nature, I know you sent the first memo, but the second one and the way that it was addressed, I personally just read it and I'm like, that should come from you, okay? The second thing that I want to say in terms of the memo and the testing and people getting docked, and having entities say, even within the council, these are the things that, you put that on certain individuals and they don't feel comfortable, right? I work in an institution where I know that right now there are mandates that will take full effect January, right? I also know that there have been public safety, police, fire, that when, in terms of, let's just say, a NORC. And the judges, the courts ruled within the municipality, not for the workers who were complaining about the vaccination and having to show proof and having to get vaccinated or getting tested and all of that. I know what's going to be happening in my institution, right? And so it's going to be happening everywhere. I just heard right now also even Rutgers University. Students tried to sue, and guess what? They ruled with the school. So this is nothing different than, like colleges requiring that you have to have MMR, like and you have to show proof of it, and you have to show a booster. Like, that's been going on since, since I was born. Like, you have to be vaccinated in certain things. Where we are right now, is still in terms of uncertainty and in terms of the variances, and although Delta, right, they say the numbers are going down, but there's also talk of other turns and so forth. I don't want to get into the whole dispute. I truly do stand with the employees, but I also understand mandates and I understand laws that are put in place and orders that, that we must follow through and be in compliance with. So I hope that this administration and you, Madam BA, with the personnel department, are working diligently. And as a matter of fact, I think we should call a meeting for the personnel committee to be specific, to talk about how people are being addressed and if you're getting the information. Because I do know that for someone to be exempt, there has to be certain things put in place. And so I want to see that, because I was told that there are certain, and it has to be extraneous in terms of providing. It's not just saying, I don't believe in vaccination. It's more to that. So, Madam BA, before, if I may, I just want this to be put on record, because I know it was a conversation we were going to have.
Sure.
Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, because we have the policy that's either vaccination or testing, we are not asking for people's exemption status. So some people might claim that they have a religious exemption or medical exemption. We are not collecting that information because we are offering options. Places that are just doing vaccinations might have those exemptions, and the city might get to that point at some point. But as of right now, we're just starting with show us your vaccination record, or then you will go ahead and get tested. And for clarity, the memo that was sent today was to make sure our employees were aware that there is a distinction in the insurance world that keeps growing between those who are going to get tested based on contact or symptoms versus those who are getting regularly tested. And we wanted to make sure that no one was caught off guard and that there were other opportunities made available to them, including that list of New Jersey sites. That was us being more proactive as we continue to get more information. But from the very first day of the executive order, it does say vaccination or testing on the employee's time and that through their pay. And so that's what we want to provide opportunities that they don't have to pay. And we also want to encourage people to get vaccinated because then they're done. And, to address the councilman's point, science is telling us that there is a distinction between those who are vaccinated and between those who are not, and who is able to transmit the Delta variant and that is and other variants, and that is something that we are following the science on. So we are hopeful, even just in discussing this at our cabinet meeting yesterday, the Director Rodriguez from DPW was saying that he has 4 divisions that are completely 100% vaccinated. And, he doesn't see it in DPW, the numbers that we might be seeing in police and fire. So we do have tremendous compliance by our personnel, and the rest who are going to be testing have been made aware of that.
So, Council President.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you do have the floor. She did
Can I
call
ask a
on-
question before the 2 minutes starts? So in other words, now that the vaccination 1 and 2 is required, now that the CDC have proved, based on the science, that you need to get the booster at 6 months. So when it comes up to say that everybody is due for the
Is
booster.
Moderna, does the Moderna, the booster
Mo-
out? Because I thought it was only for Pfizer.
For Pfizer, it's
Okay,
6 months.
do we
But
know
I think
Moderna?
Moderna is going the same route. The only thing that FDA haven't approved their
So
their
hold on.
dose. But right now, if from 6, when the vaccination started, everybody's probably going to be due for the booster, and we probably not going to be that protected because those 1 and 2 probably have reduced the protection on the body. So that's one thing that we had to analyze if we're going to go science, because if the booster is the reason, that means a lot of people will be unprotected at the end of the year probably.
Well, we will
Based-
continue to follow the science. We have spoken with the health division has been alongside us this entire way in consulting on this, in helping draft the executive order, and in encouraging. They were saying that there are people going to test who they are now encouraging the employees to go to get vaccinated, and they're changing hearts and minds. And Dr. Paul has put on record that he would be happy to come to speak with any employee who still has concerns about being vaccinated, and he is encouraging, because this again is about public health. It's not just personal choice. It is about public health and us all living in a community and keeping each other safe as employees of the city of Paterson.
Yeah, I received a call from Dr. Fauci saying that he was offended calling Dr. Pissol world doctor. So I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Go ahead now, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's close.
So I'm going to do my closing. Thank you,
another
Council
point.
President, on that. And, residents of Patterson, the November election is around the corner. And that's on November 2nd. The main concern I have is the board election, the school board election. I'm not saying that you don't have your candidate, you don't have it, but please look at the proposal, the message, the way they are involved in school district, and making sure they know the $600+ million budget they have, because right now a lot of taxpayers in Paterson are blaming us that their tax bill went up, and they don't know it was the Board of Education that raised their taxes. So I just want to make sure that people understand that that's an important election. Do not ignore the board election column or line. Make sure you make your wise decision. Now, to the administration. There's 7 months for the election of May 22. And I'm just going to say this. Administration, and I said the other day, we have to make sure when we attack administration or make some comment negative towards the administration, we go directly of where the name, because a lot of people carry on administration jobs, and then sometimes the administrator of the city do not know. I'm not talking about the BA, I'm talking about the mayor. The hard work that some of the director does in the city. But this message goes directly to the mayor and Resaya. You have 7 months to raise the standards and the performance and grades of this city, such as the grades of quality life, in crime, the cleanliness of the city regarding the garbage and the recycling, and also be fair across the board with our public employees. And I'm saying being fair, make sure that you bring into the table and sign a fair contract that they be proud to say that they work in the city of Paterson. You have 7 months to prove that you care about Paterson. Because not, May 22 is going to be hard for you. Because a lot of concern of the community have been being brought forward, not only to me, to any other council members in this side. And they just want a city that performs right and has a grade that a surrounding city of Paterson could be proud of. If we are proud to say that we are a first-class city, let's have a first-class administration. Saying that, my vote is yes. Good night, Madam Clerk, and thank you for your patience.
You're welcome, Councilman. Madam President?
Oh, you give me a second?
No, I'm not giving you a second. The only thing is that there were a few things that I was going to mention, and Councilman Jackson was speaking to me, and I totally lost my train of thought. So I want to say thank you to Paterson. Thank you. That was one of the things, Councilman. Thank you to Paterson. Thank you to my colleagues, to the administration, Madam Clerk, and to the staff. Truly, I appreciate all the hard work that you do.
You're welcome.
Tomorrow, council members, for those that have not, all right, Madam Clerk, I think the only one who was missing was Jackson, and I have it. I told you that I would give it to you. Is there anyone else missing that has not provided the information for Hispanic Heritage Month?
I don't think Councilman Mendez gave us the complete stuff.
Didn't you see he said that he submitted everything?
That's what he said, but I don't think so. I'll follow up tomorrow with Councilman Mendez, Councilman Kalik, and Councilman Jackson.
Okay, no, Councilman Jackson, I have it.
Those are the two.
I have it. I'll just forward it to you, okay?
But I'll follow up tomorrow.
All right. Just so you know, and I'm putting it on record, if that information is not given to you tomorrow, it is not going to be part of the program, and that's going to look ugly. Okay? No, I don't. It's going to look ugly, but the printer, this program is next week, and so the printer needs a few days to be able to move forward with that.
What picture you need?
So don't forget, to the Community Hispanic Heritage Month, we'll be doing our ending celebration on Friday, and we'll be honoring staff members and community leaders. Also tomorrow, council members, and I hate the fact that this is at 4 o'clock when I'm still in the middle of work and I'm not going to be able to attend, and I would love to be here, but for those, please know that the mayor as well as the Paterson City Council will be doing the flag raising as we've done in the past. The Egyptian flag raising ceremony is tomorrow at 4 p.m. in front of the City Hall steps. In addition, Madam BA, I gave you some information in finance. Please, we need some inspectors to go out to the address that I gave you. I really think that there's an issue there, and these are the things, you know, we have people throughout the city that think that they purchase a home and it's okay to renovate and, you know, do additions without going through proper approval. So I think at this point, I think to look into probably community improvements and see if there's any permits, and then move forward to send a surprise visitor to that entity. Madam BA, you heard a lot of stuff here today, okay? And I know that Madam Clerk, with you know, our assistants, I know that they were putting everything on record, but it is clear that we cannot revisit, you know, us signing off and in support of giving letters of support without having all of the information that we need, all right? So that item needs to go back to statutory agencies, but with the information, I'm going to say by email to all of us. So please, council members, please do me a favor and please read your emails. And for those that are having issues with your email, as I know some have, I've had, to please address, let Madam Clerk know so then she can speak to Ryan about that. Thank you very much. I look forward to November 2nd. I already voted. So those of you that have your ballots at home, it is important that you fill it out, that you vote your conscience, that you vote, you know, the first part of the ballot, okay, which is for our governor and our lieutenant governor and our senator and our surrogate and commissioners, and then you need to turn it around. So, you know, row A all the way, but I need you to then turn it around, and I need you to please vote for the school board. Vote for the school board. It is important. There are 4 candidates and there are 3 spots. Today we highlighted, okay, one of them, and I look forward to having the other remaining, and let the community decide, but I know where I'm going, okay? And, you know, I'm giving my full support, you know, to Ms. Lemon, and, you know, the way I'm going is 1, 2, 4. So with that said, Paterson, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session of October 5th, 2021 is hereby closed. Good
Thank
night,
you.
everyone.